Let's go. Woman out of Philly, so you know it get really wrong. Know you gon' relate to everything when you hear us talk. Came up out of city where you learn from every single scar. Cherish all our wins, cause we not a stranger to the loss. I was just a girl, just focused on surviving. I done grown up in womanhood and started thriving. Here we cherish love, marriage, commitment. City where it's brotherly love, don't want division. Maturity is something I want, then I'm consistent. Something I want, I'm gon' get it. I learned to have intention and movement with purpose. Learn it if it costs you your peace, it isn't worth it. Honoring the lessons that turn into legacy. The past is what made me a more for what's ahead of me. Walking in alignment, every step is meant to be. Womanhood and love, it's not a trend, it's the recipe.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever folks are at. Thank you for tuning in. Whether it's live or it's the replay. Sorry for being late. The mystical me, the mystic comes first. When I originally set up this live, I didn't know what I was going to talk about. I just wanted to come live, I guess, basically just to come live, to try to keep consistency for me. Good morning, Miss T. Prey, brother of a certain age. I know that I would like to do at least one show a week or every other week. If I don't, and it gets put to the back burner, it'll probably be hard for me to come back and start doing this. I did rewatch, well, not rewatch, but picked up from where I left off last night, from a brother of a certain age, and Slander's recap of Welcome to Dairy. Great show. I really wish I could have been on the panel because I had been so looking forward to the recap and discussing it. And then, I got that tap on the shoulder. So, again, hubby comes first. Good morning, YouTube Unfolded. Thank you for coming in. Great recap. I appreciated it. There were some things that I had picked up on that weren't mentioned. So again, I really wish I was on the panel, or if not, at least in the chat. But I will mention that after we had watched Welcome to Dairy, I started thinking about another show that I had enjoyed called Castle Rock. If anyone's familiar with that, it's on Hulu. Season 1. Excuse me. And as it just so happens, coincidence or not, the strange character in Castle Rock was also played by the person that played Pennywise in the It movies and Welcome to Derry. Um, so I'm trying to see now with rewatching this, and I just started rewatching Castle Rock. If there are any Easter eggs that were in excuse me, Welcome to Derry, um, from Castle Rock, even though I don't think the stories are connected or Castle Rock is in the same Stephen King universe. You just can't, say sometimes things happen for a reason. And the character that played Pennywise and It and Welcome to Derry is also the strange character. I think his character's name is the Kid in Castle Rock. Just happened to show up, after 27 years, just like, Pennywise and It and Welcome to Derry, people doing strange things, so maybe, after I rewatch it, maybe I'll try my attempt of doing a recap. Maybe not. I don't know. Anywho, again, I didn't really have anything to discuss. But this morning I said, well, maybe I'll ask the questions that sometimes I ask in chats and see if anybody has any opinions or any insight on it. So my first question is, should we act the same way online as we do offline? And just speaking for myself, sometimes I find it difficult to not bring my offline self into my online self. The way I am online is pretty much the way I am offline. But I know that's, online, a lot of folks play characters, create narratives or lies, as some call them, for content purposes. A follow-up question to that would be, should we question everything we see? Or should we? Good morning, Divine Seven. Thank you for stopping in. Should we question everything? Or should we just sit back and just let things flow as they are? To content creators, do you enjoy chat engagement? Or do you prefer us to sit back with the popcorn and just watch? And this is a genuine question, because I know that sometimes, I struggle with, do I type something? Do I not type something? Do I just leave something alone? Do I throw a question out there? See if somebody answers it. It's a question I have. My brother says I'm pretty much the same. I'm a little more patient online. Yeah, and allowing folks grace, because we really don't, or at least for me, I don't really know anybody on here. So at the end of the day, does it really matter that much? Should I just let people be great? But then it is just that inner me that's like, no, you gotta ask the question. You gotta ask the question. Even though everything doesn't have to be commented on or questioned, I find that, I go back and forth with myself about that. And I've mentioned before that sometimes, I'll drop down in the chat, say my hellos or whatever, and then, step away from my laptop or put my phone down, as a way to just, listen in and not ask any questions, because sometimes when you ask questions, then it'll lead to another question, or folks will get offended, and I'm not trying to offend anybody. So, just something I've been thinking about. Watching a trailer now for Castle Rock, and they already mentioned Shawshank. I'm going to watch it. Okay. Yeah, I have really enjoyed the show when I originally watched it. And Juniper Hills, I see balloons. Yeah, yeah, I'm going to watch this. Yeah, when you watch it, let me know what you think. Should I try my hands as a recap or no? Hey Joe, thanks for stopping in. I'm just pretty much rambling on. I'll be here for 30 minutes, or if anyone comes up, chit chat a bit. Just trying to keep myself consistent um with going doing lives. Um since I haven't, tried to do any uploads. All right, so another question I had was, logging off seems so simple, but is it more difficult than I think it is? It's easy for me, um, but I don't consider myself addicted to the YouTube or social media in general. I don't have other social media accounts. Excuse me. So all I have is YouTube, and outside of our sector, I do watch a lot of other content, but a lot of and I do watch a lot of live content, but I probably mostly watch catch the replays of a lot of things. And I find that sometimes watching replays of lives is better, because I'm not in the moment and wanting to ask my questions. And so when there's a replay, I'll just say, catching the replay. Unless it's something that's really glaring or sticking out that I want to bring attention to, I may, ask a question or offer my 2 cents on things. Um, Anyone have any further insight or any answers or opinions? Now, should we act the same way online as we do offline? And I know a brother said that he's pretty much the same, online as he is off. And I would say, I'm pretty chill, wherever I go. I'm really a social butterfly, and I enjoy talking, engaging, and asking questions. How do you really get to know folks if you're not asking questions or having conversations with them? Um, or then again, should I even care? You know, maybe I just shouldn't care. Let's see. YouTube unfolded. I'm saying on here and off. Yep. Saying greetings. Joe, I'm the same, a little bit more reserved online than offline. Hey, unadulterated truth. Thanks for stopping through. Good morning to you, sis. Headed to the wife's office. Oh yeah, football, 3 o'clock EST. I'll be there. And the for yesterday's games, like the first game was all awesome. I really love like nail biter games, when it goes to, it's down to the wire, except, when it's my Eagles. But last night's game was such a whoop ass that it was, I didn't find that enjoyable. I'm not invested in either of the teams. I was glad to see the 49ers be out of here since they beat my Eagles. But yeah, they got the brakes beat off of them. Okay. Divine Seven, me, I'm literally the same. You wouldn't think it, but I'm a little more reserved or a lot it offline. Rather, I'm online to be social and make connections, mingle and interact with people from all walks of life. Same here. The Bears for Joe. And Joe, I really would like to see the Bears and the Seahawks, in the conference championship. And I wouldn't be mad if either one of them made it to the Super Bowl. Denver lost next. Yeah. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on whether or not you like Denver. I haven't really followed the Broncos since Manning. I was kind of a big Denver fan when Elway was there, and I was glad that he was able to go out with two rings. But after Manning, got his ring and left, I haven't really followed the Broncos. And the way players move around from team to team to team, it's hard to keep up with who is where. I don't know if Aaron Rodgers retired, but if he didn't, I hope he does. Um, hey, Lance Call, thanks for stopping through. Um, just for me, Rodgers should have retired. Once he left Green Bay, he did nothing for the Jets. And I'm going to say he did nothing for Pittsburgh really, because they were already, a playoff team. Good riddance. And I was saying to my husband, what's up with these Green Bay quarterbacks? He said they started talking. Think about what we learned of Brett Favre. Once he retired, the whole welfare fraud. Um, Allegedly, I don't know if that was ever legally challenged or whatever. And then Aaron Rodgers with some of his views. I was like, maybe something's in the water in Green Bay. I'm sorry, this isn't a sports show. I'm sorry. Uh, UT says same presence on and offline. I can't invest time on being a character. Exactly. And I always say I do my best not to lie, because lies are hard to keep up with. A character or persona is hard to, hard to keep up, at least for me. Um, whoa, wait a minute. Brett was say it ain't so. Oh my goodness. Yeah, as long as it's some good games. Rams won a few years ago. I can stand to see a new team. That's true. And it's been a while for the Bears. It's been a while for Seattle too. Excuse me. So if we look at it that way about seeing new teams, should we be rooting for Houston to wait a minute, where we at? Should we be rooting for Houston to beat New England today? I don't know that they've ever won a Super Bowl. Not the Peen picks. I could do a whole 5 minute, ramble about my thoughts on Peen picks, but this is daytime television. I'll give a 5 second comment. Don't do it. Don't take them. Don't send them. So anyhow, I think I was saying, it's hard for me. It's hard for me to put on a character and be fake. It's not easy for me at all, and I feel that if I be my authentic, genuine self, there's nothing to keep up with because that's just me. Love it, hate it, be indifferent to it. And one thing, I appreciate, from other people is them being their authentic, genuine selves, you know, uh, um, stand in who you are. I'm all out black quarterbacks. I can see Texans and Bears. Okay. And just so I don't get spanked, let me do my oops, wrong one. Wrong one. Bear with me. Trying to find my overlay. That's better. Joe?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let
I
me
might have to leave now because you put Eagles as your overlay and it didn't say the Bears, so I'm gonna have to come back.
here we go.
You're gonna have to come back. You might have to use a different overlay when it's me.
What's up? Are you here to talk about the Bears?
No,
Okay.
I don't want to jinx my Bears. You hear me? I don't want to jinx. I'm quiet. You know what I'm saying? We've been quiet for years. You know what I'm saying? We just say
Yes,
our love. We just say our piece. We be like the Bears, and then we leave.
that's
So
right. That's right.
yeah. So I'm not trying to jinx my team. They playing today. You know what I mean? It's gonna be
Mm-hmm.
cold. You know what I mean? So I just wanted brother to stop the bear slander. You know what I mean?
So
No, I
yes,
came up
ma'am.
here because of the topic. Listen. I snuck up here. I was like, he's on the phone right now talking to his brother. Okay, I'm gonna come up here real quick, real quick.
Okay. You came and talk about offline and online personas?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I say, like me, I don't really like being in front of a live studio audience. You know what I mean? As much.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm more reserved. So like if
Mm-hmm.
there's like five in the chat or three in the chat, I'm good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But offline, it's more when it becomes a little bit more personal, right? I'm
Mm-hmm.
more myself, and I'm like, I have a sense
Oops.
of my sense of humor is, like maybe online they might think it's kind of dry, but my
Mm-hmm.
sense of humor is out of control offline. So I'm just saying.
You have I don't know if it's considered dry, but a very
Yeah,
like reserved, low key humor about yourself that I find hilarious.
yeah, it's
And it
called dry sense of humor. That's what I got. Yes, I do.
yes. I love it. And I don't know if everyone catches it, but you're hilarious.
It's not you know what's funny about it? It comes with growth, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
not meant for a lot of people to catch it. It's it's supposed to be like, my humor is kind of one of those things where did she say that? What the fuck did she say?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
like that's how I interpret my humor. Like it's kind of like you catch it or you don't catch it. It goes over
Right.
your head, or it's for a particular audience who can
Mm-hmm.
who understand it. But I am a roaster for reals.
Mm-hmm.
Like my definition of roasting is basically not roasting the obvious, but just kind of imaginative, like inventing a picture, being
Uh-huh.
very um imaginative. So when I
Mm-hmm.
roast, that's why I can roast in images because I'm very imaginative. But
Mm-hmm.
it's hard. But then at the same time, like I can stick the knife in and pull it out real quick, like but it's not fun for me. And so what typically
Right.
happens is that I'm very playful with my roasting, and
Mm-hmm.
then I like to savor my funniness. So when I'm up against somebody that's either maybe emotional or maybe um maybe don't understand the play, like going
Mm-hmm.
back and forth. Because I'm gonna admit this, the first person in the sector that really understood what I was doing was
Mm-hmm.
Speak Easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the good guys used to come in and chat back in the day, and I would be in the chat, and I would just be saying random things, right? But when they
Mm-hmm.
would come in the chat, I would make like these comments, and all
Mm-hmm.
Speak Easy would do is just laugh, because he knew that he kind of come from that school of thought, so he knew that that's
Mm-hmm.
all I was really doing. So he would
Right.
laugh, and everyone
Mm-hmm.
else would say, like, "What the hell is she talking about?"
Uh,
So
has
he
anyone?
kind of
Oh, I'm
knew.
sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Mm-mm. Finish what you were saying.
So he was like the first person that knew, and it was in the chat. And then when I started hitting panels, it was like that chat person don't match the voice. Like what? Who is that? And then I just say random things in the chat. So I'm like, people think I'm being funny when I'm being facetious, because I am
Mm-hmm.
very facetious in the chat. Like,
Mm-hmm.
if someone said, so for example, if someone said, you got these penis pictures in your phone, like I might say something weird in the chat that would be, somewhat similar, but it
Mm-hmm.
would be just off putting, and then they'll be like, "What is she talking about?" I got sure, I got a CD, I got a floppy drive of penises. Like, what you talking about? What's that? What? I might say something like that in the chat, like
Mm-hmm.
we all got penises in our phone. If you truth be told, like you know. So so that's
I
how.
don't.
Well, I don't
I
either.
know. I
But
know.
what I'm but I wanted to make the comment is, if you're a male and you look at pornography, you got
Mm-hmm.
penises in your phone. That's all I got to. You didn't see penises in your phone, okay? You can look at. You don't say, if you look at flicks, or some
Mm.
friend sent you some flicks. You
You got
in
it in
you
your
got you got
phone,
them in your phone, okay?
on your computer, in your cloud.
You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, you've been look, you had them under your bed on
Mm.
VH tape. In magazines, okay? Like, what we saying here? What we talking about?
But you know what? I think I mentioned this last week. Hey, Mikey, thanks for stopping. So I've never been into pornography. I don't. I don't have anything. And
Yeah.
I remember when I cleaning and I had, oh my God, this is decades ago. This is before the kids were born. That you know, my husband had some magazines, and I broke down crying. And he was like, "What's wrong with you?" And I was like, "You don't love me anymore. You're looking at other women." And he said, no, this is just what, you know, men do. It has nothing to do with, you know, my feelings for you or whatever." But I couldn't wrap my head around it. And, you know, one day, some years later, you know, guys being guys at the job talking about, you know, pornography or whatever. And then, you know, I asked the question. So guys are really into pornography, you know, should their wives be offended? And they were like, no, it has nothing to do with the marriage. And I was like, okay.
Men are like visual. Now listen, brothers, men, this is just Joel's thoughts of looking from the outside. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
don't take this offensive. And if it's not true, you don't feel that way. But I think that men are just visual creatures. Like they just
And that's
like
what my
looking.
husband
They looky
said.
loos.
That's what my
We
husband said. DMO?
and the reason and the reason why
Hello?
Okay, I hear you. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
Hey,
and the
Joe.
hey
Hey,
hey
honey.
hey my opinion. But what happens with us? We're more like we like what we like. We like to hear things. You know what I mean? So we're more. I mean, there's women that's probably into that stuff, but we kind of
Mm-hmm.
like we like what we hear. We like when a man blows in our ear and says some things. Talking. So I think that's what it is. I think that we are we hear, and then men are
Mm-hmm.
just visual, and it's possible that they could be both. But I'm just saying that
Right.
the what I'm saying overall is what I gathered is like with men, they're just visual kids. They looky loos,
Yeah,
they look and
that's
don't
what my
touch and
husband
stuff like
had
that.
said. That's what my husband had said. And for me, I'm the if it's not here right in front of me, bucket naked, I don't need to see it. I remember my husband had sent me a picture of you know his stuff, and I'm like, what in the fuck? And I was like, why are
Oh
you
man,
sending this to me?
look, this is what I say. I'll be like, I look at it and I'll be like, okay, it doesn't look healthy, and like it don't look discolored. I guess I
Please
don't know
just
what
say thank you for stopping in.
But back in the day when the internet was just like flourishing, these men, that's the
Mm-hmm.
first thing that and I'm not kidding. I did have a CD of
Mm-hmm.
because I didn't know what to do with it. Like, what do you do with like dingling images? Like, like
Mm-hmm.
could I pick them out? Like, I was thinking to myself, if I line them up, would I be able to pick it out in a lineup? Like, like I was just thinking, you
I
know.
was trying to stay on mute. I really was trying to stay on mute.
I could pick my husband's out the lineup. I
Yeah,
could
yeah, yeah.
agree to
I can pick mine too. But I'm just saying, like these, that was like kind of like, hey, how you doing?
it. Right.
Next thing you know, you see, like you don't even ask for it. You just see it, like, oh, okay. You want me to know what you're working with? All righty, okay.
Is this
Thumbs
the
up.
radio the Silver Box Talk?
I thought it was too early in the AM for
Is this
it,
a
but we
preview of the Silver
can.
Box Talk?
No, we were talking about sense of humor and how people
Yeah.
like me play on what's talked about and then kind of just go along with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's just how my humor works. You just so I my thing is past the point of the whole conversation about penises, whatever. I just
Yeah.
see I just see humor in some of the things, because sometimes people will focus on things that sounds like, if you visualize it, you're like, the way they're trying to, the frame is like, you know, he's like, yeah, let me scroll through these penis pictures real quick. Like it's just crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? And then the other guy is like imagining. The other guy is like imagining how he's like, and so it's like it seems a little weird how you just imagining the level of penises that could be in his kids, and then all that guy has to say was, of course, and mention some porn star with another guy, with a guy, and say, yeah, we both share the same, playing off of what the other person says, and then sound, because one instance you're like, how are you defining this situation? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, are you imagining what it would be like if a man had those in his phone, and you just kind of, or are you saying it in a derogatory way to just try to make it seem like, this guy is doing, so like, it's kind of like, trying to, like, it's weird when I see men trying to emasculate or demasculate other men. And that's what kind of like is shocking to me, when men are like, you're less of a man than me because, I'm more of a man than you because you got this in your phone, or I'm more than a man than you because you're talking about female stuff, or like, it's crazy to see, and they worried about us doing it to them, but I'm like, let me just sit back and watch. Y'all do it to each other all the time.
It seems like it's the go-to.
Yeah.
It's the go-to, and for me it's kind of funny but also kind of cringe, to hear so much dick talk, between men.
Yeah, like the word is coming out. Like I've heard, I'm like, if I walk into a room and I'm like, what's dick? What? It's like like they're standing around in a circle having a circle jerk. I'm like, what? What's going on here? So they don't need us to demasculate. Like, we not doing, listen, y'all doing it to each other.
Yep.
Y'all are over here saying one. Yeah, y'all over here. And so I'm on the sidelines, eating my little popcorn, just looking at mine and saying, listen, you see, don't do it.
And so to go back to your humor, has anyone online ever been offended by your humor?
Oh, man. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. They might not seen it as humor. They might have saw it as me being, insulting them. And what happens is, if that happens, I kind of like back away. Like, I'm kind of wanting. See, I'm not a person that, I said this. I think I said this on last call. Like, I don't. You only got to diss me one time. You know what I'm saying? You only diss me. I'm not going to keep coming back and getting dissed. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't want to have nothing to do with me, I'll just stop talking and I'll just continue on communicating with everybody else. Back in the day, I never blocked anybody. I just, if I wasn't your cup of tea, I would say, listen, you could block me. I used to think it was a win if someone blocked me, because I was like, okay, you just can't handle what I'm saying, and that's good. You protect your space. And then there was a year where I was like, okay, now this person coming in like 50,000 troll accounts addressing me, and I can't even roast back. So then I was like, okay. Then I was tag team. I used to be just drop down. I might say something to one person. Next thing you know, I'm being tag team with about a bunch of T's. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot. I said, let me block 3 of these T's, and then I'll just stick with this one here. You know what I mean? Like, I can't fight everybody. Like, I'm trying to be funny, and you're
Mhm.
trying to make me serious. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So so I try to come on here, and that's another thing when you talk about being yourself.
Right.
So I said this once before that sometimes you have to harden your shell a little bit when you
Mhm.
come out in the public space.
Right.
So like, they're going to criticize you. They're going to find anything. They're going to pick at you. And
Mhm.
so,
And you can't
when
stop people from talking.
right. But see, they don't understand when I was a little kid, and
Mhm.
I had moved to a city that I wasn't familiar with, and I used to get like picked on a lot until one day I opened my mouth and I talked and it was funny.
Mhm.
And then that's when I was like, choo, 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 choo. I'm getting you, I'm getting you, I'm getting you, I'm getting. I didn't know I was that funny, but I used to. So you can't do something to me that was, um, that I'm programmed to, being from like a street kid and then moving
Mhm.
to an area where everybody was different from me, and then not
Mhm.
speaking at all, and then one day just saying, I got brothers. I be joking with my brothers. Like,
Right.
why can't
Right.
why can't this translate to something out here? So when they started translating, by the time I got into like ninth and 10th grade, I was
Mhm.
like, I was funny. I had a sense of humor, dry sense of humor, but I was, males especially found me hilarious. And
Mhm.
you know, and so that's just how it came. So when I come out here and in this forum,
Right.
I become a little bit more hardened. I'm
Mhm.
expecting you to come with the obvious, but roast, be inventive when you roast me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you got
Right.
me, and then um, and, I see in this space that a lot of performance art going on here.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
so it's hard to maneuver past the performance art because sometimes that performance art is a defense mechanism to hide
Mhm.
the level of insecurities and
Right.
then the anger, that internal anger that they probably feel on the inside, be outside of
That's
this
the way I
space.
see it. Mhm.
Yeah. So
That's the way I see it. And like I try to be funny sometimes, but I guess I'm not funny because most times folks don't get that I'm joking. And so I have to put like the laugh emoji or just kidding or something like that. Um and I'm the oldest, and there were four of us, and so like you were saying, joking on each other, busting, that just came with it. Um, and like when I joke, there's usually a hint of truth in it. So I could see how sometimes that could be offensive, or somebody would think I'm not joking. So I try to keep my little jokes to a minimum because again, I don't want to purposely offend anybody. I don't want to beef with anybody, if there is really such a thing as beefing online, you know. Um and I don't let things get to me. I have a very, tough skin, growing up in Philly, and just the tough skin, and I'm my own, harsh critic. So there's really nothing that anyone could say to me that would hurt me because I know myself. And I said, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. Hey, Clark, thanks for stop and throw.
well, I have to admit this. You were one of the few people where I kind of was like, felt that you were very serious. But then I didn't realize that you were mature, but you were serious. So I was trying, I couldn't, I was just like,
You couldn't tell.
I couldn't tell if you were funny and not like trying to be funny or you were just being serious. Like, and I was just like, okay, I'm not gonna engage with her because I don't know, she. And she just thinks that I'm just like annoyed or it's just like young
I've
minded or
always
something. I
loved
don't even
you.
know.
I've always loved you. But and that was something, that I was thinking about myself, that people didn't know how to take me. you know, because of course, I was new to the space, I'm saying whatever I'm saying. People don't know how, didn't know how to take me. I think folks have a better understanding of me. Um, but I could still be wrong, and I don't want to be offensive, and I do want to have a good time, while I'm on here. And that's why, every year, and this is not just online, but offline as well. Every year, and then, several times throughout the year, I'll do self-reflections, you know, how are people taking me? Do I care how they take me? Um, what are things that I can do, within myself? Um, as far as being online, what can I change about myself to make me an easier pill for folks to swallow without losing my whole self, if that makes any sense. So that's why, when I first came in, I questioned everything. If I saw some bullshit, I called some bullshit out. Um, then after a while, I was like, after people jumping on me, I'm like, okay, well, I don't wasn't doing behind the scenes, so I don't know what's really going on. You don't have to offer up your opinion as much. But if there was a platform where opinions were allegedly appreciated, whether they were in agreement or not, I would still throw my 2 cents in it. And then those spaces became fewer and fewer. So you know uh, work in progress. But then the other question would be, if I have to change so much of how I operate in order to have a good time, do I really need to be in that space? If that makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like that's how I kind of feel if I have to change, who I am. But just like what you said, I used to see you and you would go everywhere, and you just kind of was like taking it in. You really
Hmm.
you heard what other people said, but it's like you wanted to see for yourself. And
Right.
that's how I took it. I
Right. And
take
that's
that
where I
with a
was
lot of
going.
people.
Hmm.
And the other thing that I say is that people don't see everything. Like it's
Right.
assumed that they do because if I drop down in the chat, that doesn't necessarily mean that I didn't leave 2 minutes after that. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's
Right.
not, everybody wants to support everything else, but we're into a lot of different things, and
Hmm.
so when someone goes live, a live might be below that, and it may not be a live that's within the sector. It might be a live somewhere else. And so we're
Hmm.
trying to, we're enjoying the stuff that we like. But
Yeah.
it's assumed in this space that, we have to call out every little thing. And like
Hmm.
you said before, the behind the scenes, you don't know what is going on. Sometimes people take
Yes.
behind the scenes and bring it to the internet, and
Hmm.
then now they want, they're telling, there's three sides to everything.
Yep.
There's so that third side is the side that I'm like, well, there's three sides, so I don't know.
Hmm.
But after a while, you kind of like say, this is just too much, and a lot of people don't understand. You might be protecting your peace of mind because
Hmm.
sometimes you hear something and it just sounds so crazy, or somebody's ranting about the same
Hmm.
thing over and over again. Then you might be, you think to yourself, like, is it if are they doing it more because I'm here, are they doing it more because I'm watching? So let
Right.
me not give them that, not let me not give them that. So
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody in his space kind of have they, their way of, who they really rock with, who they really enjoy
Mm-hmm.
listening to. And, I'm glad that you started going live because it kind of gave people an idea like, okay, yeah, I'm Miss Murph. I'm
Mm-hmm.
serious, but I see what's going on. I do
Mm-hmm.
enjoy watching some of this stuff. Just it's my guilty pleasure, just like some other things. But some
Yes.
things I don't agree with, and I'm just
Mm-hmm.
not gonna sit here and try to fight through all the things I don't agree with. Me personally, I'm
Mm-hmm.
kind of like an advocate. Like I don't like seeing if you didn't share that if you didn't share that offline on in this space and it's
Mm-hmm.
affecting you because it's being shown there, then that
Mm-hmm.
bothers me too because I'm like
Right.
you didn't want to bring all of your personal business in
Yeah.
this space. You just kind of was okay with 10 in the chat. And then
Mm-hmm.
your chat grew to 30 and 40. And now people are mad that you got 40 or 30 when you always was okay with 10. You know what I
Right.
mean? And
Yeah.
then and then you got the opposite. And then you got ulterior motives. You got people who see somebody, giving you a cash app or they might give you something and then they feel like they're entitled to those things. I'm doing
Mm-hmm.
content over here and I'm doing this. So I think that with this space, it makes it harder for people. Like for me, it depends on the content creator, right? So if I'm
Yes.
on this, like I'm on your channel, I'm more vulnerable a little bit, just enough,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then if I'm on somebody else's channel and they're just looking to find something,
Mm-hmm.
I'm less likely to be vulnerable. Not because I'm afraid of being ousted or anything. It's just that I didn't come to this space to be more than what I wanted to be. That's it. I'm not
Yes.
trying to be
Yes.
I'm not trying to be popular. And so some people got
Mm-hmm.
more. I remember somebody said this to me. Some people got more not real estate, but more social social equity in this space. And when I say social equity, that means that a certain handful of people that might like that person more. And so
Mm-hmm.
they get more social equity so they can go in different places or people can come to their space and they really enjoy being there. And I
Mm-hmm.
think the problem is that when someone has more social equity versus someone else that doesn't have that much social equity, they
Mm-hmm.
call into question that person or they try to tear that person down. That's that crabs in the barrel mentality
Yes.
where, why do this person have social equity? Why do people generally like this person? It can be simple
Mm-hmm.
because the person's funny, the
Mm-hmm.
person is entertaining, the
Mm-hmm.
person makes them laugh. It might be just so simple. You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And then the other person is just trying too hard and so they don't have that much social equity and so their goal is to try to take away that social equity like this
Yeah.
person has too much. I want to expose this person so nobody will
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. And I don't like that.
Yeah.
And again, social butterfly. So, I had tried to be everywhere to show my support to everyone. But a lot of times it was just hard to sit through some of the BS and shenanigans and some just a lot of the things that were being said. So I would just have to dip out and then make the choice. Do you really want to show your support to someone who is doing content that makes you uncomfortable, or does content that's not enjoyable. And I've fallen back a lot. I've fallen back a lot, and I stop going, and a few more, chats over the past couple of weeks. Sometimes I'll see that somebody's live, and I'll click on it, and if they're talking about the same old nonsense, click right back out. Not even going to drop down and say hey. And that's for me. Why support something that I don't agree with? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, you
When I
got
did it a lot, I did it a lot, and I just don't enjoy it. So I'm choosing me
right,
over supporting you.
and you have the right to, and this is what a lot of people don't understand in this space. Well, some people, you have
Hmm.
the right to change your mind. Just like you
Yep.
have the right to self-correct. I think in the beginning
Hmm.
that was my word now. And now it's
Hmm.
this year it's like you have the right to change your mind. You have the right to
Yeah.
end friendships. You have a right to end a relationship if it's not
Hmm.
for you. And
Yeah.
so a lot of times I hear the term being passed around that you were pretending to like me, or you were faking to
Hmm.
like me, and you was faking to support me, and you was pretending to support me, and you was fake, and this and that. And it's not, we're too old to be fake. Like, I'm not saying that we're
Exactly.
old. We're like,
Yeah.
no, we don't have to lie to kick it. But if you really want to know what it is, I just changed my mind.
And
Why can't you accept that? I
that's
changed my
simple.
mind.
I changed my mind. I no longer want to, you know, sit in your chat. I no longer want to listen to the obvious and blatant lies. I don't want to listen to, the hours on end of the glee of, wanting to tear somebody down offline. It's not for me.
On the repetitiveness,
Yeah.
just being repetitive over and over again. So it's okay
Hmm.
to change your mind. Now, the question is, why did you change your mind? Well, the reason why I changed my mind is because I'm gonna say this. I may not be your cup of tea, but you may
Hmm.
not be my cup of tea. But the reason why I changed my mind is because I'm wasting, time. When you get
Yeah.
older, you're middle age, time is everything. And
Hmm.
so it's like, am I going to spend 30 minutes listening to this, or am I going to be spending 30 minutes listening to that? And
Right.
so time is everything. And so I value my time. And so back when we were young, we didn't value time as much as we do now,
Right.
because to us
Right.
time was endless, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
But I heard this guy
So we
say,
thought.
right, we thought, and I heard, and it's weird now because young people nowadays act like they don't have enough time. It's crazy. But I heard somebody say this, and this is, it was kind of depressing. So I hope this doesn't depress people, right?
Hmm.
But when you think about your elderly parents, right?
Hmm.
And you may live further away from them. You may live down the street, right? And
Right.
this guy said that, do you realize that you might have 10 more times to see them? 10.
Hmm.
If you see your mom
Hmm.
once a year, right, and she lived
Hmm.
in another place, and you see her once a year, and she's 60 years old or 68, maybe 70, you might
Hmm.
have 5 more times to see her.
Yeah.
So time means, he said that, I said, damn, time means a lot.
Hmm.
Because the people that you love, the people that you
Hmm.
grew up with, and the people that enjoy, kind of, you see around Christmas or the
Yeah.
holidays, you're limiting their time with you.
Hmm.
And so when I came back online, I heard that. I said, wait a minute, wait, I got to reevaluate this. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Cause
You
you
know,
know,
I told this story Friday on the relationship portion. I think it was relationship. It might have been life about saying I love you,
hmm
to folks because the thing between me and one of my grandfathers, I had to, tuck my ego in my shirt and my tail between my legs to go see him, and and after he had pissed me off, "Oh, I'm not talking to him again or whatever." But it really ate at me, and I went to see him, and then a week after I went to see him, he was in the hospital and never came home. You know, so time is very important, and how do we want to spend our time, and with
exactly.
who? Mm-hmm.
Exactly, because I mean, I work in full time,
It's
and
well,
then I work full time, and then we have, I'm an empty nester, so I do
yeah.
have a little bit more time, but then at the same time, I have a grandson, and I
Mm-hmm.
at the same time, I want to be able, while in the meantime, while I'm waiting for them to bring them to me, or I'm in between time, I say, okay, let
Mm-hmm.
me go online, enjoy, you know, and have a little company, because the internet allows you to spend time with people and
Yeah.
go back to your real life. You ain't got to tell them to leave your
Yes.
house. You ain't got to say, you ain't got to do this to them. So what you about to do? You can just drop off, right? You can just
Right.
drop off. You ain't gotta find your exit like, oh damn, I left something in the car, and then drive back home. You just come up, you just come online, and then
Mhm.
I remember in the beginning when I used to come online, and then I didn't know how to exit, so I just fell off the pedal. Like, where did she go? I was like, oh man, my internet went down. And sometimes we do that to our family, say, oh, my phone is
Yes.
dying, you know what I mean? So that's just how it is. So when you're coming from that mindset, and then the next thing you
Mhm.
know is like now you're spending hours on end listening to somebody yelling in your ear or regurgitating the same, the
Right.
same shit over and over again. You're like, listen, ma'am,
Mhm.
sir, I didn't spend 30 minutes listening to the same thing over and over again. My time means something, you know what I mean?
Yes. Yes. And I don't know what it is about this space, the sector that just it's I guess it's addictive to a certain extent, and maybe because the space is so small, and chats are small, getting to know people, learning their personalities, that it is a fun time to be had with a lot of folks. So I even if I'm not in the chat, sometimes there could be no drama going on, but I'm enjoying just the conversations, you know what I mean,
Right.
that are not sector related,
Well,
just another
it's our
social group.
it's our love and hip hop. You know what I'm saying? It's our reality show. But it's called an interactive show. You know what I mean? It's
Yes.
interactive. It could be slightly a little bit entertainment, and probably shocking, because it's very hard to
Hmm.
describe what we're seeing to people that's not aware. Like I have a friend that's in like the tea sector, and we go back and forth, and she'll show me a clip, and I'll show her a clip, and she's like, "Oh man, that's hilarious," but she's not over here. She's just like, then she showed me, it's like when you're with your husband and you guys are looking at reels and then he show you a reel. He said, "Look at this," and you say, "Oh, look at this," and, y'all, and then y'all do that for about a good 15-20 minutes, and then you're on to something else. You know what I
Right.
mean? So
Right.
I mean, that's just what it is. And I think that and the space is just small. And it's funny
Hmm.
because when new people come into the space, either they get acclimated to the space or they leave it. Like they're like this little space. I don't know what's up with these people in this little space, but it's like they come and either they formulate like Voltron to get certain people, or or they let them in. Like you're like, oh yeah, I've only been in the sector for 2 years, but some of these
Mm-hmm.
people have been here for 7. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like so. I always make this joke. I always make this joke. If you don't
Mm-hmm.
know this, you haven't been in the sector long enough. If you don't know the 2020 finesse is in progress, you
Mm.
haven't been in the sector that long. Because
Yep. That's
everybody
before my
knows
time.
who used to say that and where that came from. And that was the beginning around that was when this was the Umar sector, right? And so and I'm gonna tell you who used to say that all the time. It was
Who?
conscious energy.
Oh, for real?
Back in the day, he used to be sitting in his car, right? Even
Uh-huh.
like he used to sit in his car and he would be going back and forth with D Durrell and be going on his pen because this was Durrell's first channel,
Mm-hmm.
and they would be going back and forth, and he was pro Umar, and conscious energy was against Umar, and
Mm-hmm.
so he would get in his car and do commentary. When is the school coming? And then he would say the 2020 finesse is in progress. And I said to myself, I want to see what he say in January of 2020-21. Like I was waiting to see what his new slogan was going to be. Like I was really invested in seeing
Mm.
what he was going to say in 2021. But what he did in 2021 was he started his little scams and schemes. So that's kind of how long that some of us been in this space. And so you got people who haven't been
Mikey.
in that space that long.
Yes, yes.
Hey, Mikey, how are you?
I'm chilling, I'm chilling, I'm chilling. Just chilling. Just
Go
chilling.
ahead, Joe.
Oh, so you got people that haven't been in this space for probably like 4 years, 5 years,
Mm-hmm.
really trying to dictate how this space came about. And the old heads, we're like, yeah, okay. In the voice of BS, yeah, okay.
Man.
Yeah, that was before my sector time. I came in March of 22.
Yeah, after COVID. So, and
Yeah.
I remember because it was like bigger channels, like, it was before right before the smoke god era. It was right before the, it was during the Math V, the Lennon Honor, the EJ, the whole, Black Anonymous, all of that era.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, and where it went, where that the split happened then. So the first split was the AFWs, but this was right before there was the good guys, because it was the people that was pro Umar and the people that was anti Umar,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so the
Mm-hmm.
split came because there were people who were, pro Umar, and then there was people that, that was, Umar was scamming. And then there was a group of people that just roasted Umar.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think the AFWs thought that that group could be swayed to be a part of their group. And
Mm-hmm.
that wasn't necessarily the case. It was just, it was just content. Umar was
Mm-hmm.
content, his supporters were content, and then it became the rise of the good guys. And the good guys wasn't necessarily Umar Johnson supporters, but I remember that was the time of Monty Woodgrain and all that. They were just
Hey, Ray, thanks for
clowning,
stopping up.
they were clowning people
Mm-hmm.
who supported Umar, and they was like, well, what is he doing? Elite, like, what I'm saying? Like, you guys support him. So that the split in the sector started
Mm-hmm.
splitting. Then after that there was a bigger split where it was, Max B versus Smoke God. So then that
Mm-hmm.
split happened, and then after that, Max B coined this. The Max B is the one that coined the sector, the
Mm-hmm.
sector, and with the spelled the way I was, way I, at first, we all argued about the spelling, but it became the sector, and
That's
then
a
ever
fact.
since. And so what the sector turned into was a bunch of people going back and forth, like kind of roasting each other, and that's what it
Mm-hmm.
turned into, roasted and storylines, and then here comes the rise of binary, because binary was the one that was always fighting the opposite of everything. So like if you was pro Umar, he was anti Umar. If
He
he if
was
you
a
was anti,
contrarian
right,
or
the
devil's advocate.
whole time, yeah, the whole time. And his trolling
Mm-hmm.
was basically, if the sky was yellow, he would say it was green. Like he would argue the opposite, and so people would get offended by that.
Mm.
So, but the AFWs felt
So
like they
so
lost control
so
over
Joe,
this situation.
so
Yeah,
Joe, he was playing on people's emotions.
right, right. And so the AFWs felt like they lost control over the situation once the Archibald lawsuit showed up. When the
Mm-hmm.
Archibald lawsuit, a lot of people didn't buy into it, and when they realized that it was just this, it became fraudulent. And then then that's when the first time the behind the scenes got leaked. And when that behind the scenes got leaked, it devastated those AFWs over there. And when it devastated the AFWs, then that's where this whole emotional, it's, that's when all the serious doxing started happening within the sector, because there was doxing before, but
Mm-hmm.
the original doxer technically was Umar docs some of the
Oh,
AFWs,
really?
and then yeah, that's who did it, and then the AFWs were doxing people too,
But
and
wait,
then
how did folks in the space feel about that?
oh, we wasn't cool with it. We didn't even like. This is how it was. Umar doxed them because of what they were doing to him.
Mm-hmm.
So he was like, if you can find these people, they're calling these venues, they're trying to get
Mm-hmm.
me, canceled, they're affecting my money, blah blah blah. He leaked the names of these people. And when he leaked
Okay.
the name of these people, not people in the sector, it was just people all over the internet went on a witch hunt to find these people, and that's how they got out there.
Is
Mm.
that
And
how their
so,
person? Is that how their government names got out there?
right, Umar put
Okay.
their government names out there,
Oh,
right?
wow.
Because right. So Umar put their government names out there
Mm.
because they were writing letters to places and venues, and one of the venues actually gave Umar the information of who the people were.
Mm.
Mm.
So he was like, find these people, they're trying to ruin me, blah, blah, blah. So that's how that started. So when the Archibald lawsuit, fast forward to the Archibald lawsuit, and one of the AFWs feeling like, he retaliated against somebody that retaliated, he got somebody fired, in the beginning. Then it was just like this all out witch hunt, because when that Archibald lawsuit came out, nobody took it seriously. Like to this day, I have that Archibald lawsuit. If you
Mhm.
saw it, you would crack up, right? Because you would be like, "Who wrote this?"
I've seen
And
people go over it, and I was like, I
yeah,
don't know, I don't understand this. What is this that I'm reading?
That's crazy.
so after that, it was kind of like and then the doxing started. So what typically started happening was, all these people that were kind of like not, I remember they had my name on there twice as an AF. I've never been an AFW. Like I was just like, to me, my opinion was, if there were if if there's not an Umar, there's going to be another person scamming. It's like it's always somebody new. Like it's like, and my question was to the people who supported Umar,
Hmm.
why don't you know this information? Why do you feel like you need a messiah? What's going, like why do you support somebody maybe scamming you out of money? Like and then I held, I felt
Right.
like they should be held accountable for their own action. I don't hold people accountable, but I felt
Mm-hmm.
like, if you decide to give a man money and find out later on he's scamming you, that's on you. But it's not no one
Mm-hmm.
else's place to tell a person how to spend their money once you tell them that this is what the person is doing. And it's
Right.
not your place to contact businesses and try to get people fired outside, because that's what they were doing. They went after a lady that was
Mm-hmm.
invited him. She was a teacher. So they were
Mm-hmm.
going after people. So after that, when the sector became the sector,
Mm-hmm.
um, it was like, it was a power struggle, like, losing control, and so, there was a woman in the sector who had a lot of social real estate at some point, and it
Mm-hmm.
bothered them. And so she was like, okay, I can go to them other spaces even if I disagree with them. Why is it a
Mm-hmm.
problem? And so, now you see it fast forwarding, today they're
Mm-hmm.
doing the same thing, but now they're just trying to go after people in a space that kind of have already have alienated them from the space.
Right.
So it's crazy to see it turn full circle, around, because
Mm-hmm.
the more it's like the smaller the circle becomes, the more infighting, is always somebody trying to fight for some type of power
Right.
struggle. So like
Right.
once you got rid of that group, then here's another person, and here's another person fighting.
Mm-hmm.
It's
So
like
that
it's like that old saying: you cut off one head, the other head grows.
yeah. But
Yeah.
now what you got is, so now the new thing is, handmaidens and what is that? Handmaidens and um what is it, 2.0 and 2.1. So 2.1 is supposed to be the original, and
Mm-hmm.
then 2.0 is the counter to the original, because they don't want nothing to change. They just want the back and forth and the arguing and the doxing and all that. And then
Mm-hmm.
1.0 is like, no.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? All that extra doxing, don't you, man? Shit.
Man,
Uh,
it's all about, it was all
like,
about trying to scare them away from the space, like,
like, cause this
yeah.
what I was gonna say, right?
Wait,
This what I was
scare
gonna say.
her.
No,
Uh,
just, control how people interact in the space.
Mm-hmm.
Keep them timid, quiet, not being vocal, or not being able to, don't go to those spaces, because if you're part of that chat, we're coming for you. So
But who
that's
wants
pretty
to
much
work
what it
within
was.
control? Who wants to be controlled?
Yeah, nobody
I don't.
does.
I
Nobody.
don't.
And what's
I mean, the
really
other
weird,
person likes to be controlled. She
but what's
likes it.
what's really weird about this whole situation is that
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like, realize that, like, if I'm not really wanted, or people are not, if I don't like what I'm seeing, and I don't, think that this is just, if people are not agreeing with me or whatever, I just leave. And for some reason, it's like I've heard stuff like, we must hold people accountable, and I'm just like, if my mother told me today that it's her job to hold me accountable, I was like, well, you should have did that when I lived with you. When I
Man.
you
Exactly.
should you should have did that when I was living with you, because I'm fully grown now, and I don't
Mm-hmm.
need you to hold me accountable. Now, if you're telling me that I need to be accountable for my actions, that's a personal choice. But at this point, if you're telling me, so that, I think that there's a terminology, a disconnect, because people don't know what that word actually means.
Mm-hmm.
Because the only person that can hold me accountable is me.
Right.
When you go to court,
And one more person. One more person. Don't get it twisted.
who?
The man above.
Yeah. Well, I'm agnostic, so I don't know yet. So
I mean,
I don't know yet.
yeah,
The creator
yeah.
will. But at this time,
Yeah.
at this moment, I believe in free will. So at this moment in life, I believe in free will. So let's say, free will.
Yeah.
Like the one thing I used to tell my kids this all the time, and I say this with love: I will never argue with you in your house. Like I will never give you that power, because the moment
Hmm.
you start trying to tell me anything, I'm leaving. Deuces, I'm
Yep.
going back home. You don't have that power over me. Now I understand when you was young, I that's the way of the world. So when you have your kids, you're going to be able to tell them the same thing. So if
Right.
I'm coming from that place, right?
Hmm.
um it's very challenging to see people telling grown other adults, my job, I'm here to hold you accountable for your behavior. And what are you know what I mean? Like, I didn't commit a crime. I'm not in front of a judge.
Yeah. Who,
Like,
who are you? What gives you the authority? Have you held yourself accountable for anything that you have done?
Nah,
You
you know
know?
what you
exactly.
call that? You know what you call that? Psychological wordplay.
You mean warfare?
Yeah, but it's a wordplay. Basically, like I'm telling you to hold somebody else accountable because I'm not gonna do it because of such and such reason. So I feel like I want you to do it. You know what
Well,
I mean?
I just don't think that any.
If you're not gonna do it, then I'm gonna try to get somebody else hired to do it to get you fired or get you fucked off. Just because you're not
Oh my
gonna do it.
goodness.
So I'm gonna get somebody
Well,
else to do it. Right?
what I'm saying is that, people, you have people who have a lot of thinking errors, and that's a real term, thinking
Yes.
errors. If you
Hmm.
ever look it up, because we got some Googlers in the world here, but if you
Hmm.
ever look it up, people have thinking errors, and one of those
Mm.
thinking errors is thinking that you can make
There
anybody
you
do
go.
something that they don't want to do, and trying to control how they see things and how they view things, which takes
Hmm.
me back to what I said before, is that people have the right to change their minds
They
for the
sure do.
smallest reason. For the smallest reason. It might be because they saw the way you interact with someone else. I remember my husband told me this one time, like when we were first dating, he said this
Hmm.
to me. And I swear to I was like, this will never happen. And I remember I had got a call from one of my female friends, and I just didn't want to answer the phone. I was just like, I'll call her later.
Right.
And he looked at me and he said, "You'll do that to me." I said, "No, I wouldn't. I love you. I'm with you. I would never do that to you. It's just that I just don't want to be bothered right now. I don't feel like getting
Yeah.
up and whatever. So I'll call her
Hmm.
later." He was like,
Hmm.
"You'll do that to me." And it wasn't but like a couple of weeks later, I was driving and I was talking to my aunt on the phone. And my husband, before he was on, he called me, and I said, "Oh, I'll just call him back."
So he answered your question, right?
And he said, so here I am. Here
Because
I
I do the
am.
same thing too. You know
Here
that,
I
right?
am. I called him back and I've been trying to explain. I said, listen, my auntie is older. She was in the middle of a sentence, and he was like, I don't care. He was like, I called you for a reason. And when
Hmm.
we lived together. So he was like, I called you. And when I call you, I call for a reason. I'm not calling
Oh,
you
he sounds
to
like
have
my
a
brother.
conversation or anything like
So basically, so
that.
basically, so basically, he tested you that second, and when he tested you, you kind of proved this point, right?
Right, and let me tell you this. To this day, I'm still the same way. So it's not. Even though he proved that what he told me
Hmm.
was he was telling me is that he sees how I am with other people, and it's
Right.
up to him to decide if that's what he wants to, deal with, and he's just letting me know that how you treat other people is how you would treat me. And
Yeah.
so that's just basically what it is. And so I carry that forever because he told me that, and I was like, I'm telling you, in
So let
my
me ask you
mind,
this. So Joe,
what?
what if he does the same thing to you in reverse?
That didn't bother that
You
doesn't
don't
bother
bother
me.
me. I'll
But
leave a
it's
message
just
or send a text.
it was just him using that as an example of watch how people treat other people, and then you will know
Yeah.
who you what you're dealing with. He was trying to teach that lesson to me.
Mm,
And so the lesson, and so I carry that lesson in it for years, and I'm saying in this space the same thing. You can't, if you see the way a person treats other people, you probably will back away from them behind that behavior. And you know, when someone says I lost all my support, or you guys used to support me and now you don't because this person went against me, it may not even be that. It may be because we, you know, I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah.
That
And I guess
person will do that to me. Yeah.
I'm a I'm a glutton for punishment because just like I am offline, folks will tell me, about somebody, and I'll say, well, that hasn't been my experience. Maybe my experience, will be different than yours or whatever. But I would say about 8 times out of 10, eventually, I'll receive or see, the same treatment or see the same behaviors or things that other people have said. But it's just with me, I don't like to judge folks by what others have said about them because I never know um, what part they played in it, if you
Right,
understand what
that's
I'm.
true. That's
So
true.
but I will say about 8 times out of 10, it's more likely than not, I eventually will see or experience what I had already been, warned about. So that's bad on me, but that's just how I am.
We understand. You did try to, you put your hand on the stove one time and burnt your hand. I get, we we know. But we have all done it. We're all
Mm,
guilty of it. And when, but as you get older, you mature. And like some of us are have more, more emotional intelligence than others. And
yeah,
some of us are, as some of us still stuck mentally. But
yeah.
at the end of the day, hold yourself accountable for, like, at that moment I had to hold myself accountable because that is my behavior. Like, as much as
Mm-hmm,
I was convincing myself that I wouldn't do that one thing,
mm-hmm,
I wasn't emotionally intelligent to understand at that moment in time that this is something I've always done. And I didn't
mm-hmm.
I could have said that to her and say, man, yeah, this is who I am.
Yeah,
And if, how could we sit down with each other and say, okay, when that happens, well, just text me and say you're on the phone or you're busy,
right.
and that's what it grew up, that's what that's me, saying, going back now and saying, I see what you're saying. Like, okay, so
Right.
this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna text you. I'm gonna say, okay, I'm on the phone. So, so that that at that moment in time I'm caught up in something.
Mm,
But sometimes it don't lead to that. Sometimes it might lead to, a deal breaker when it comes to a relationship. It might be that, I don't want to deal with someone that does that. And then
yeah.
that other person will be like still lying and say, nah, and making excuses to keep that person in their life. And what I feel about in the sector is that you got people that want to keep people in their lives who they assume harassed them, did them wrong, but want to keep
And
them in their life to
why would
dictate.
they want that? Is it a control thing? Is it a pick me thing? Is it a I don't know.
I feel like it's a
It's
control thing. It's a control thing.
I
You know,
honestly feel like it's a
because
um a,
and this is what I feel like in their real lifetime, they don't have somebody that they could control. So they come online and want to control other people because they can't do it in the physical world. So they want to control people in the in
So they want
tech.
to control online people that they don't know.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
a anti-social thing
Okay.
because and it's because in the real world there's instant consequences for
Right.
behaviors like this. So for example, I'll give you an instant consequence. If we're all at a function together, right? Like just at a
Yeah.
park, out in the
Mm-hmm.
open, and the person is like in your face, like, you know, no, talk to me, no, I'm trying to hold you accountable. Either you're gonna act physically or you're gonna leave the function
Oh
and you're gonna
man,
get in your
yo,
car, and
Mm-hmm.
yo,
that's instant consequences, right? That's
nah,
Right.
instant
I bet,
consequences.
man.
Now, what if the person who threw the function says to you, "Why did you leave?" I said, "Because you had homegirl coming in my face. She was arguing with me, so I left." And so the person says to you, "Hey, I'm gonna throw another function," and then you say, "Is so and so gonna be there?" Well, it's possible, but you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make sure that so and so. No, no, thank you. After a while, you say, "No, thank you. I'm not coming. I don't want
Yeah.
no part of that." So and so is unpredictable, acts a
Mm-hmm.
certain way, and then so and so goes to that friend and says, "Listen, this is your party. You should have the right to invite anybody that you want to this party. Just
Mm-hmm.
because she don't, and then, but she has the right not to come to my party."
Exactly.
So
Mm,
after a
Exactly.
after a while, so and so something has to give. That
Yeah.
friend is in the middle, right? That friend was like,
Yeah.
so now the friend is having parties, but now it's because now this one person is causing chaos with everybody at the party. So this one friend says, "You know what? She's the problem. So let
Mm-hmm.
me go ahead and not invite her to this big party because all these
Mm-hmm.
other people won't show up to the party." So
Right.
now you got this person like, "I'm your friend. You're letting those people control you. They're using a form of manipulation." So that's real life.
Mm-hmm.
So in this space, because people really, it's all about the content, it's all about interaction and this and this and that.
Mm-hmm.
It's the people that act like this is antisocial because there are real world consequences for this type of behavior in the real world. But
that
Right.
is true.
online, we still haven't figured out how, because you got to stand for something, to you got to believe in something. Some people fall for anything. Some people are not. You might be a new content creator, or
Mm-hmm.
you might be with the shits and then assume that everybody else is with the shits. But what they
Mm-hmm.
have to understand in this space is that, are you here for the content, or are you here because you found a social group that you enjoy being around? And if you're here for the content,
Mm,
what comes with it is, if it's dysfunction and friction, right? Then
Mm-hmm.
you don't be upset when the group moves a different way away from that scenario, which reminds me of when somebody says, "Hey, are you okay with this person being here?" And the person
Mm-hmm.
says, "No, I'm a lead. I don't want to have no." Oh, you ran. That's a form of manipulation. That's a form of
Yes.
control.
Mm-hmm.
mm,
And so with this is 2026, and we're like saying, "Hey, we're tired." Like, people can just get tired after a while. And it's no, the host, if they're talking about something that is, and cool, boring, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
related to something else, then everybody will come. But what they're saying is, "You guys were down with the fuckery before. Why y'all not down with it in 2026?" Because people move on, people grow,
Yeah.
people,
that's true.
right? So,
And people don't have to fuck with you if they don't want to.
exactly.
That is
Now, and
true.
see, someone who, that this is just Me and my opinion. If there were folks that didn't want to fuck with me, I
Mhm.
wouldn't spend my time trying to be in their presence or trying to force them to interact with me. If it's fuck me, it would be fuck you. So I don't understand folks that try to force themselves, try to force others to that don't want to interact with them to interact with them. It just boggles my mind.
It's
And
called
then
it's a word to it. It's not I'm forcing myself. It's like I'm trying to manipulate people type shit. Like I'm trying to force you to do this and to do a whole bunch
But
of
why do
stuff.
you even want? But why would someone even want
You
to
know?
do that unless they're just for being an agent of chaos?
it's because it's
Mm,
attention. Because some
Some
people,
attention is
right?
better than no attention.
Yeah, negative attention,
Hmm.
positive attention brings attention. I asked this one question. I said, when you do all that yelling,
Hmm.
right? Because I know when I was young, when we when we're parents, we yell at our kids, right? And
mhm.
Hmm.
as we get older, that we stop yelling because it just
Right.
wears us like that wear me out. You know what I'm saying? Fussing at my kids, fussing at somebody would wear me out. And the question is, it has to bring some satisfaction to that person and makes them sleep good because they had their interaction, they had the
Hmm.
back and forth, and now they can lay in the bed and be comfortable and cozy and sleep while you're still riled up from before,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
And we're too old to, as I'm on the fifth floor, but we're too old to be letting people raise our blood pressure unnaturally, and
Right.
naturally your blood pressure is being raised, and
Hmm.
as you get older, they tell you that your job, you might be in a stressful job, might have a stressful family, might have just a stressful life, and then you come here to depress because of them
Hmm.
stresses, and then you come in here more to be stressed out even more. And
Hmm.
so I think that what typically happens with these people is like it's antisocial behavior,
Hmm.
sociopaths who have not yet have never thought
Offended.
themselves as a problem. They just move around from group to group. So it's like,
Hmm.
okay, I still want to be me. You're trying to force me. Like, if everybody is talking about football, right? And
Right.
we're all into football, that person understands that when they come into in this environment, everybody's playing football. But sometimes what typically happen is they want to play basketball, and they say, you know what, I'm going to play football, and then I'm going to do everything in my power to convince everybody to play football. I mean basketball, and that's not normal. If these people play basketball, then go play basketball with them. If these people play football, go play football with them. Stop trying to alter the stop trying to come through and pretend as if you're part of that situation and then trying to figure out ways to alter it,
Hmm.
person by person. And
Yo,
that's
right?
what and that's
Hold on.
typically what
Right.
goes on. Yeah.
I like how you
What do
said
you
that,
say?
right? I like how you said that. So, right? I'm in the gaming world, right? So this dude, out of all people, right? This dude invited me to play Fortnite with him, right? So I'm in the group, and my boy was like, "Oh, why this nigga still trying to invite you? We don't fuck with him. Stop fucking with him." You know what I mean? Because he moves funny, and he just moves funny. So my boy was like, "Yo, don't invite him. Leave him alone. That nigga, he about some fuck nigga shit. Don't invite him." All of a sudden, he sent me an invite, and I'm like, "Yo, I can't play games with you. Like you too much. Like you do too much, and you talk shit too much behind this nigga back." And I just left it at that. And the other dude was just like, "Yo, leave him alone, unfollow him, because this nigga he does too much." So, that's what happened. Type shit. Because in the gaming world, it gets weird. You know what I mean? Dead
So
ass.
what? So what you're trying? So like you're saying that in the gaming world, like if everybody's playing a certain game, somebody comes in there and they just want to play it. They want to change the game or alter the game or
Yeah,
turn
like
people.
yeah, like he kept on inviting me, and I'm like, yo, my guy, I don't want to play games with you. You too much. You talk too crazy. Like you know what I mean? You just do too much. So my other
Mm-hmm.
boy was like, yo, don't invite him. Just leave him alone. Cut him off. So I
Mm-hmm.
was like, all right, that. Cause
And then
while we gaming, he's talking crazy about the other dudes I always be gaming. So I went and told him like, yo, this nigga talking crazy. And we approached him, online about it, and he over here trying to switch a whole bunch of wordplay. And my man was like, what? Like, yo, don't fuck with this nigga. This nigga think he's slick. So it happens in the gaming world too.
well,
You,
yeah, you got chaos monsters. Like you got
Yeah.
people
yeah.
that like feed off of chaos and feed off of and some people say they're like, like I heard them, it's performing art. But what if I
Mm-hmm.
told you that this is just who they are and they've been this way for years and they're this way offline and online. So they're not actually really performing. It's just that they're in a space where the people can't block them off their phone, uh, file a restraining order, move away. You know what I mean? And they're in a space where there are people that will be like, hey, I mean, this is my channel is about this, and so they come up here, and so you got to make a decision. You're like, okay, well, I won't participate.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I got to protect my peace, or you just tell the content creator, hey, I understand that you have an open space and that you allow any and everybody to come up. But when this person comes, I'm gonna leave because I don't want to engage with this person. I have this person blocked for a
Right.
reason because this person is like terrorizing me in other chats and other spaces. So I don't want to do, I don't want to mess up your show or anything, but just be mindful that when I leave, that's just what I'm doing.
Yeah,
And
it's
so
like that.
then,
It's
yeah.
it's like
Well,
that in the game in a situation too. Like, yo, don't try and invite this nigga. We know we don't fuck with him. Like, don't invite him.
what I'll
You
say
know.
is this. I what I call performance art is when you see someone that acts a particular way on certain panels
Hmm.
in the space, but you'll
Hmm.
see them in other spaces on other panels and they don't behave that way. They act as if they have some home training and some manners, and they're not to use folks for attacking people for
But
disagreeing with them. They're able to have rational conversations.
what you call that is a
So
two
so
face. It's a
so
two
I
face,
say
right?
that they put on their performance on panels in this space because it's hey too big. Number one, I guess because it's allowed
Hmm.
on certain panels, and number two, because they're trying to get a reaction out of people. And
Mm.
that
Okay, I
let me
could
put
see
that
it
part.
that way.
Yeah,
I could
yeah.
see it that way. I could see it that way because I would be thinking the opposite. Like they know better on those
Mhm.
other channels, and then they're doing it here because they know that they can get away with it.
Right.
And so I can see what you mean when you're describing that as performance
Yeah.
art. Like because in real life they know that if they act that way, that there's consequences. And then and they know on these types of panels it's
Mm-hmm.
consequences. Like you're not going to be able
Yes.
to sit up there and go at the ladder and do all those things. So now you're on your best behavior. You're doing everything that you're part of the group. And then now in this other space, you're like, I'm gonna act a damn fool.
Mm-hmm. Is that like being in a circus?
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
being in a circus, and I said, what I look like, being in the center ring of the three-ring circus for entertainment of others. Nope, not going to do it.
Mm.
Yeah, and so that was like, I said, hey, if I'm offensive, let me help you block me. So I'm gonna block you for me, for you. So I'm gonna block myself. I'm gonna block. So I'm gonna go ahead, block me from you, and so you'll be all right. And if you block me, then that's it's a done deal. It's over. But the thing about it is that in this stage, you just got
Mm-hmm.
it's like I said, it's a lot of thinking errors, it's a lot of
Mm-hmm.
let me spin this story and make it about me, and it's basically um wanting wanting to be relevant and just wanting attention by any means necessary. And
Right.
You know
it's
what?
like
You know
I
what I
don't I
heard?
don't want that kind of attention.
You know what I
Nope,
heard?
not
They
at all.
said that that person said they needed their uncle to go everywhere and everywhere. Sad.
Wait, who you
Just
talking about?
I ain't gonna name no names,
Oh,
but
never
that
mind.
yeah, yeah, that
Yeah.
that person said they need their uncle to take them everywhere and everywhere at 50 something years old. No way in hell. Nope. Nope. What what world are you living that you need a family member to take you everywhere? And you've been in this earth for 50 something years. You don't know how to get
Listen,
around?
Mm.
What
listen, I need, listen, I want my husband to take me everywhere and anywhere, but that's not happening. So I have my own car. Listen, I want a chauffeur, so I want somebody just to drive me, listen, and just get back in the car.
no way, no way in hell. No way in
Es-
hell, man. That
especially in Texas traffic, so I'm like, drive me around, what I'm saying? Take me on the and also I'm bougie. Let's get on the toll road.
Mm.
uh,
I would like to just get to point A and point B.
mm,
And I'm the scenic route driver.
Yeah,
I hate
that's what
highways.
that's how I am, and it takes me longer to get there. That's why I say, you know what? Let's drive me,
and you know
take
what's
me.
crazy, right? Like
That's why he does
okay,
most of the driving.
Hmm.
it's cool to live by yourself at the age 50, 60 years old. But it tells me that you just don't get around too much. You just don't get around. You need
Well,
your uncle, your auntie, your cut. Yeah,
so
man.
you're saying that whoever you're talking about, you're saying that they don't have the level of independence as the average
Yes.
person has because they have to be
Yes.
driven and Uber and take everything. It happens. I mean,
Hmm.
there are people that really don't have the level of independence that they would like, and that makes them very unhappy and very frustrated with
But
you know the
but you on
world.
here on YouTube acting like you smart. What's your intelligence here on YouTube talking crazy between the real life intelligence?
So that brings me back to what I always say about people. Like if this is the because I believe that there's stages of life that you go through, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I used to say this, and I don't do it now because I'm trying to be a better person. But I would say this: listen, if you ain't never purchased a bed in life, like why are you even talking to me? Like,
You know what's funny?
that's the first stage. That's like the first stage of adulthood is being able to purchase your own furniture, your own bed.
Hey,
And
hey, hey,
that's just what
hey,
it is.
hey,
Having
Joe,
your
Joe,
own. Hmm.
Joe, you know
Yeah.
what's funny? I can't wait to get a king size bed.
Hey, Mac.
Nice little king size
When
bed.
you when you
Sleep like
finally
a king, right?
Yeah, when you finally get that, you gonna be at the level of independence, huh, Mike?
I mean, I've been there. I've been there. I've been there a couple of times. I've been there a couple of
Oh,
times.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Ain't
I was just
nothing.
checking because you was like, hey.
Ain't nothing. Ain't nothing. I've
Well,
been there a couple of times.
if listen, if I lived alone and I was by myself, I would get a queen size bed. I wouldn't really need a king size bed.
Nah, I want
But
that king bed. That
I have a
shit look
king size
perfect.
bed.
Gotta have a king.
Yeah, I got a king. I got a king size bed. But if I was just by myself, I'd just have me a little queen. You know what I'm saying? But that's just like yeah, that's what them king. You know what, Clarky? I'm gonna
Yeah,
tell
they are.
you. I don't tell people this much, but I got a sheet for every day of the week. I'm
Hey.
just saying. Like I don't know, I'm just that, when you get older, you sweat more, so that's why. And you know why we sweat more now.
I
You
mean,
know
but
why?
you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? You know what somebody else said? Like you attract people. Like you more socialize with people. They was like because the person was telling me, I don't know how you attract people, but you attract people. Like it's weird.
Well,
Hmm.
some people know how to, like me, if I go to a party and I just start talking, people
Hmm.
will sit around me to hear what I have to say. I mean, that's
Mhm.
no, that's real talk. Like I'm that kind of person. People will,
Mhm.
but and so I know sometimes if I just want to listen and not, I just sit in the quiet, and just listen. But I know that some people just draw
Mhm.
people. They think, people like to hear what they have to say, or they just curious of what that person has to say. And then
Right.
there's just some people that just, what I call them, like disruptors. Like they're you're having a party, and then all of a sudden the music stops and you look and they, oh Lord, she ain't said something crazy, and everybody was dancing, having a good time. You're
Like that Will Smith episode type shit.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, stuff like that. And so, I find it fascinating that this happens in every walk of life, and then just to see it play out online is a, it's been a time. I mean, I've been here in this space for a long time, and so to see it play
Mhm.
out, and now it's at that point where people want to move on. They're going to other types of spaces. I mean, some people are on the IG together. Some people like to just share reels back and forth and laugh.
Mhm.
Some people just want a laughing button. Somebody that just laughs at everything that they see. You see that, or some people want to
Like
review movies and just get other opposite opinions and
Right.
laugh about what the
Right.
other person didn't see. But there's just a select few that don't care about another person's mindset, another person's opinion, another person's thought, and nobody's going to stick around long enough to listen to somebody that just only cares about what they think only.
yeah,
Right.
like me, right? I chill with old heads a lot. You know, I chill with older people that's over my age a lot outside of YouTube,
Hmm.
and I get a lot of knowledge and wisdom and understanding from them.
But
You
people
know,
have their old channels. So if you want to be the center, this is just my thinking. If you want to be the center of attention and the only attention, do all your stuff on your own channel.
yeah, make that
You
shit
know,
happen, man.
get
But
people to
but
come here if you can.
right, but here's the problem with that. you know
Mm,
and this is where the thinking error comes in. If you have your own channel, right, and you want to be a
mhm,
center of attention, and you look down and there's only like five people there, but you
mhm,
want to be a center of attention, because some people can deal with five people, but if you want to be the center of attention, it's you. You're
mhm.
the problem. You're
Right,
not, there's something in you where people
right.
realize that that's just not, that you're just not the one. And so you got to
Mhm,
work on yourself, and if that's what you want, and not everybody, you know some people do it to hear themselves talk. And
Hmm.
everybody don't necessarily want to just hear you talk. They want to be able to have an opinion where they're
Right.
not being crucified for having that
Mhm.
opinion. Like you
Amen.
literally crucified. You literally like you know you know. I'm like, listen. I mean, I'm not. I don't think anybody could kill my self esteem, but
Nope.
if I don't have a voice, then I'm definitely not coming back. I'm not trying to engage. But I don't. But then delusion is real too sometimes. And sometimes some people
Yeah.
really think that some people really think they're very likable. They think that they're so likable that they could say anything to anybody, and that's not necessarily true.
Do it
So
on your own channel. So because I
exactly,
say if you're unable to get the attention you want, aren't you just using, other content creators,
Mm.
and the
You know,
folks
you
that
know,
come to see them to
mm,
try to make yourself the center of attention
you
on
know what's
their
funny?
channel?
You know what's funny? That's good that you said that because the confidence is not there.
Hmm.
It's not there. You know, just the confidence is just it's not there.
Or
They
maybe you're
talk,
not as well liked as you think you are.
yeah,
exactly. Got to
yeah,
work on your. You got to work on being. Well, the thing about it is, you got to work on liking yourself first. If
That's true.
some people can look at you and tell that you just don't like yourself.
Hmm.
And some people will exploit that. They when they realize that you don't like yourself, they will exploit you. But at
Yeah,
the end of the day, if you
that's
just
true.
don't like yourself, some of the things you could just do is work on things that you like about yourself and go from there. Like you might like, if especially what I tell people, focus on what you're good at. Find things
Hmm.
and just it could be the smallest thing. What are you good at? And then just build from that, because if you bring something to the table, it don't matter if 20 people are good at it, but this is something you're very good at. You're going to shine. You're going to
Right,
shine because you're very good at those things.
right.
So it's a lot of people that's compensating, trying to do things they're not that great at, and then finding people that's, at the same stage of learning that they are or less than, and trying to feel, better than. It's just like I used to tell
Hmm.
people this all the time. There are women that will brag about all the men, all these guys are always hitting on me. And I used to say, why are you bragging about the guys that you don't want hitting on you? That's not a flex. You know what I'm saying?
Sure
Like,
isn't.
like, yeah, all these guys want me. And you don't even want half of those guys. So that's definitely not a flex. A flex would be that out of 10, out of 5 of those guys really, you just, oh my god, I have options, and then they're all really nice men, and I really,
Hmm.
they're just the greatest, they all want me, and it's just so much. Not flexing about these 10 to 20 dudes that you think want you. And but you wouldn't even give them the time of day. So I always see people flexing about having something that they just don't even want or care to want, but
Right.
they're making people feel like, yeah, I got the biggest, I'm the greatest, and so that's where those thinking errors come from. But it's unfortunate that what they don't understand is that people will see those errors and they will call
Hmm.
you out on it, or
Hmm.
they'll distance themselves from you. And if
Right.
they're distancing themselves from you, it's a lot of times because they don't want to hurt your feelings, right? Or
Yeah.
they just kind of understand how people are. They say, you know what, this person is who they is, or he or she is, and so I'm gonna just kind of distance myself from why, why tell me why you don't care about me. Tell me why. No, 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 no. I'm
Do we
not gonna
even
do all
really
that.
have an explanation? I mean,
Right. You don't need
honestly,
one. Right.
yeah. And so next, and Joe, if you have a little time,
Okay.
to talk about the quote unquote blackout meeting that I wasn't a part of. I've only heard bits and pieces,
No, no,
but
nobody really was a part of, like, the people that was a part. I wasn't a part of the blackout meeting. But what
hmm.
I can tell you is this: I believe that the blackout meeting wasn't really a blackout meeting. It was people that were saying, "Listen, I'm, our it can we all come to agreement that we're just tired of this person going around terrorizing, harassing people, and exposing people, right?" Yes,
Mm-hmm.
correct. Okay, well, in that case, let's do what we can to prevent this person from entering spaces that we are to hurt other people. And so I don't have a problem with people doing that. Okay. Not everybody's going to go along with what people think about doing. So that was
Right.
kind of like a consensus to figure out. I think it was a consensus to figure out, did everybody agree on doing that, or do you think that that's something we should do? I think it was like a what could we do as content creators to make
Mm-hmm.
everybody else experience better? That's probably
Right.
what the blackout meeting could have been about. The blackout meeting could have just been about people trying to figure out how to make the experience of the masses, and then the few bad apples, how can we
Mm-hmm.
minimize them affecting our channels to a
Right.
certain degree with these with all this toxicity of doxing and trying to um put people on Front Street who don't want to be on Front Street
Mm-hmm.
as much. And so I think that, and I think there was a lot, there's always been behind the scenes where people are saying, aren't you tired of, dealing with this and tired of this? Or,
Mm-hmm.
dang, I went live and I didn't know if I let this person on the panel that they were going to even do all the things that they did. And I know it's, I just want everybody to have a chance to talk. And it's like, so I
Mm-hmm.
think that when they say blackout meeting, they're just playing, it's a
Because
storyline
it
that,
sounds bad.
right, it sounds bad. I just think that as a content creator, you know, by design, because I can actually classify myself as one too, that,
Hey.
I've always had a channel where I never, in the beginning, I never had all that drama. Anyway, like,
Mm-hmm.
right now you have this channel and you don't have all these, people know how to act when they're over here because they know that just by reading your body language and the way you communicate, that they're
Right.
not going to get up here and do all those things.
Right.
On my channel, they tried it. You know what I'm saying? They tried
Mm-hmm.
it because they saw they arch nemesis, and I I was fooling with people that, I said, you know what, you're cool behind the scenes, you're cool people, but I don't know why you don't get along with this person. But here's the deal,
Mm-hmm.
I please don't bring that to my channel, because I don't
Yeah.
want to embarrass you and have to kick you off, because I will mute you, I will kick you off. I mean, that's just what
Mm-hmm.
I'll do.
Yeah. What
I
it
don't want
sounds
that.
what it
Yeah,
sounds like to me is that it was an offline conversation that that we had been having online, but it
exactly.
always got derailed.
Yeah, because
That's yeah.
it's scary. It's, you got people really actually thinking that the people that they've been socializing with on and offline may cause them some harm. And you got people, because and they're on the out, so they really don't know that there's a behind the scenes. And then those you
Mm-hmm.
talk to behind the scenes, some people regret it because they have ulterior motives, and their whole goal was to cause discourse
Right.
behind the scenes too. And so you got all these, like, yeah, I'm gonna be 100% honest, people pass around a lot of different things, right? And
Mm-hmm.
they some people are very curious about other people's lives and stuff like that. But
Right.
at the end of the day, I'm not trying to get anybody. I feel like this. If you came online under a screen name, and that's who you chose to be, and I
Mm-hmm.
chose to participate with you. Yes, everybody is curiosity. We all curiosity cats. But at the end of
Mm-hmm.
the day, I mean, I don't really care about a lot of what got going on in your
Mm-hmm.
behind the scenes life to a certain degree, because
Right.
at the end of the day, I'm only going to I'm only going to talk to you on here. Like, you're not trying to share your
Yeah.
whole world. You're not lying to me, telling me like, girl, I love you. I want to give you the world. You're just basically saying, hey, come on, I come online and I say things, and I leave it right here. So you got, I think it's just about humiliating people, trying to make them feel less than. You know, you can't tell me nothing because I came from humble beginnings, and so any step above that is greatness. You know what I'm saying? If I can make, if I, you know what I mean? Like, my parents made it where I never had to live like that. And
Hmm.
so when I had my kids, I didn't live like that ever. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I respect it, you know what I'm saying? So anything that you find out about me, you will never find what I'm telling you. I'm like, yeah, I grew up as a young kid. I lived in the projects as a
Hmm.
young kid. And you'll never be able to dox that, but I'm telling you that I came from humble beginnings. So whatever
Yeah.
try to, so it's all about humiliating and embarrassing you and trying to take away your livelihood just so that you won't be online is crazy, because you could just stop being here and go somewhere else and just start anew. Like, you really can. I mean, it took a little while for people to find out where I was like live streaming at. I didn't care.
Hey,
so it's
beautiful. Thank you for
so it's
stopping in.
like, and it's like, dang, she got a whole channel. Why she not even over here? She got this whole channel, all this stuff on here, but she's somewhere else. And I'm like,
Hmm.
because when you rock with people and you find people very genuine,
Hmm.
you want to share what you know and enjoy the conversation. It's just like me being over here.
Exactly.
I could have went live today. I said, oh no, let me hit this panel. This sounds like a very interesting conversation to have. You know, so
Was born
so
on May. Thank you.
right. So that's we lend each other, our each other's ear, each other's time. We
Right.
all kind of, um we're all about building in a sense, but it's just
Yeah.
some people just love tearing other people down, and they do it in their real life and they're doing it now.
Hmm.
And so we just have to kind of
No, that that
2026.
that that too,
Yeah.
that too, that too. But I don't believe they doing it in real life because there's consequences. So,
They already had those consequences. That's why they're doing it here.
mm,
See,
Right.
some, like I was telling you, that people are, like I told you the story about my husband. People show
Hmm.
you who they are. They're just showing a little piece of
Every
themselves
time. Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
I'm showing you a piece of me. Imagine what if you knew the backstory. You'd be like, "Whoa, that's interesting." You know.
mm,
Hmm.
So people show a piece of you. I've never went out my way to harm somebody in this space behind the scenes ever,
Yeah.
ever. I never went out my way to do that. I would leave you alone before it comes to that. You know what I'm saying? I would leave you
Right. And
alone.
that's about not entertaining and not engaging. Yep.
But another thinking error is this, and I need to say this. You can't tell a person how to respond is a thinking error, because you can control how you respond to things. So,
Yes.
like, if someone does something to hurt me or to make me feel bad about myself,
That's
you
used
know,
as an excuse a lot of times for bad
right,
behavior.
right.
Hmm.
So when someone hurts me, and I say, what you said to me hurt me, and the person said, so what? You're done. Then you kind of say, okay, I can't reach this person. This
Hmm.
person is not going to change who they are. And it's like a person is in an abusive relationship telling
Hmm.
their abuser, you know, because you're going to hit me upside the head and I'm going to keep coming back getting hit upside the head, but I just want to hold you accountable for hitting me
Right.
upside my head.
What?
So
That shit don't make
you
no
can't.
sense.
Exactly.
Nah, nah, nah. Nope, nope,
Like you
nope,
hit me
nope.
one time,
Nope, nope, nope.
you hit me one time, and I don't hit you back, and I don't do anything, to like I don't call
Nah,
the police, I don't do nothing,
nah,
and then you come back and hit me again, and then you hit me
nah,
another time, and then after
nah.
the fourth
Nope,
time, I'm like, I'm
nope,
holding
nope.
you accountable for the third time
Get
you hit
ain't
me.
shit. You better get out of my face with that shit. Go somewhere. Go somewhere.
And I'm going to read Clark's comment. The same people who keep saying blackout are the same people passing around people's personal information. So where is the real blackout? So I
Oh man,
remember, yeah, Ray had a live, and I think he did mention, the quote unquote blackout meeting. And I made a comment that there's a blackout going on right now, and he asked me what blackout or whatever. And I just left it as it's happening in front of everyone's eyes. I thought everybody could see it. And I just left it
So
alone.
so that goes to back what I was saying, right? A mind. What was it? What did I say? Trying to
Wait a
manipulate
minute,
people's
Mikey.
mind.
Let me just finish this one.
Okay.
And but what I was referring to were the folks that were so upset by the quote unquote blackout meeting that they were doing their damnedest to try to force people out of the space. With trying to get
Mm,
folks, arrested, hoping folks die, going after people's jobs. I think that's more of a blackout than just wanting to separate yourself from the bullshit.
that's
Um,
correct.
yeah,
Hmm.
and
and
that and, and
it,
that goes back to what I was saying, right? Now you know
Mikey, would
why.
you let me finish, please?
Oh, okay, 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 okay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I gotta
Thank you,
control that. I have to
Mikey.
control that. I have
Mute
to
your
control
mic
that.
if you can't control yourself, honey. But so for a space that these folks, think is so bad and filled with so many bad people, they want to get rid of them so that they can have the space. Number one, why are you still trying to get their attention and want these bad folks to interact with you? And then secondly, if if you're given the space, like if all the folks you don't like that are bad for the space are gone, what are you going to do with the space? Besides keep regurgitating the same stories from two, three, four, five, however many years ago. That's all I wanted to
Exactly. Exactly. And then you have this, like I remember back in the day, I still have the document where I was on a list, and it was like, Honeybee was on the list too. And it was like, and I never was in this, I never went to their channels, and I never was in their space, but I see my name on this list, and it said, when you block these people because we don't know who they are
Oh my.
and anything about them, let we block these certain people. And I'm like, block them where? Because I don't even go over there, like, I've had no intentions of ever going over there. What do you? But it was like a list, and then you'll see these emails and things like that. So there was blackout meetings to alienate people years earlier from
Mm,
that side. So, but
mm,
and it just didn't work, and so they was afraid that they wouldn't have a place to go, or a place to do damage, or to
mm-hmm.
and so that's what it was. And the thing about it is, it's like, you ain't got to tell me twice if you don't want me on your channel. But you see, I think what happened too with me was, I feel like this. If you come to my channel, right, and you've been having me blocked, and I'm such a menace, why are you even here trying to tell
Yep.
me anything? So
Bingo.
immediately from the gate, I block. this said person. The other two never really ever showed up because they probably already either they didn't like me more, but I knew in my mind that there was no way that they would be able to participate in anything that I was doing over
Mm-hmm.
on that channel at all. So it's just what it is. I'm good with that. And so and they should
Mm-hmm.
be good with it too. Like I feel like if they had all these people in their mind that they really didn't want to mess with and they were blocking and I like to tell you this, not only do they block and unblock, they clip everything. So they
Yeah.
block you, unblock you, look at
Mm-hmm.
you, from other space. They do all those things, and to me, it just didn't work. And so it's like when someone comes back and do the same thing, the opposite, you have a problem with it. But it's just, I think it's just a control thing. And I think that in
Mm-hmm.
2026, I'm going to say this,
Mm-hmm.
in 2026, you managed to alienate as many people as possible and upset that everybody's cool with it. So now what's the
Yeah.
problem? What is the problem?
Yeah. Why you mad? You didn't want to be around me, so why are you mad that I don't want to be around you?
Because you know why? Because they and then here's the accountability police. This person did this, but you'll be around that person, and this
Mm-hmm.
person, but when I do this, you don't want to be around me. And I
Right.
don't think that the level of
Oh, I know.
understanding, I don't think that people understand this level of
Mm-hmm.
this understanding. It's like worry about yourself.
Yep.
Worry about how you act and how you respond. And if somebody doesn't like how you do them or treat them or whatever, then you need to focus on you. Don't worry about why people like who they like. We got people got family members that they will protect. So it's like,
Mm-hmm.
some
Yeah.
people have limits,
Yeah.
to certain things. So just leave it. Don't question it. Just say, you don't deal with me. You deal with this person. You like this person more than me, and it's okay. Keep it pushing. I'm
Mm-hmm.
sure. I'm
That's
sure
it.
if they focus on just themselves and just correct, self correcting, that
Uh-huh.
people would probably, you know, deal with
But
them more. But
they would have to understand that they need self correctness.
yeah,
Because most of the times they don't think they're doing anything wrong or there's not anything wrong with them,
I
even though
think
they're
that
acting juvenile. You know what
I
I
think
mean?
that when you start attacking people's like family, because like with me, that's my limit, right? When
Mm-hmm.
you start attacking people's children and their family, right?
Hmm.
That's an I that if you say something out of retaliation, I get it. But if you just if you just don't agree with me and the next thing that comes out your mouth is, you
Mm-hmm.
know, F your three kids, you know what I'm saying? Then I'm gonna say, okay, cool. Like that stuff doesn't really bother me because I'm not like, like in my brain, I'd be like, you don't know my kids, you don't know my dad, you don't know my
Right.
mom, you don't know
Exactly.
nothing. So you can say that, but some people feel some kind of way when you say
Yeah.
something negative about their family members and stuff
Right.
like that. So
Mm-hmm.
if you say something negative about somebody's family member and they say, well, you know what, I don't want you on my channel. Like, I'm done
Mm-hmm.
with you. It's over.
Yeah.
You can't turn around and say, "Oh man, you mad at me because I was dealing because of this other person." And I'm just
Mm-hmm.
like, we can't, I can't do the, playing dumb. I can't do the, what you said.
Right.
You know what you said to me. Like if you said that to me and you was just like, like let's say being called a name in this
Mm-hmm.
space affected me, or like, okay, I'll give you an example. Being called slow, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if that affected me, right? And the person
Right.
kept calling me slow every time they saw me. And then I say, you know what? I don't want to talk to somebody that calls me slow. Like they keep saying it over and
Mm-hmm.
over again, like they're not moving the
Right.
ball, they're not saying any other jokes. I'm just gonna stop dealing with them, right? And then the
Mm-hmm.
person says, well, you know, I don't know why she stopped talking to me. because um she's over there with this person,
Go into
and
victim mode.
yeah, they call her
Mm-hmm.
slow all the time. They were saying it first, and then
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, well, the person might apologize, and you don't know what happened. The person could apologize. They could have said, and she
Right.
if she's not offended by it, I just think that it's too much worrying about how other people engage with other people. So I go back to what I said.
Cause
Some
it,
people have more social,
true.
yeah, more
Yeah.
social real estate, more social
Mm-hmm.
equity
Right.
than others. And so when you don't have that much social equity, you
Mm-hmm.
can't tell a person which person that they're going to deal with.
And I
Some
like
people,
that term, Joe.
yeah,
Social equity. I like that term.
just some
Social
people do.
equity. Social
Mm-hmm.
equity.
Yeah.
I like that. But at the same time,
I'm sorry,
if
Joe. Were you finished your comment?
oh yeah.
No, he can go ahead.
Nah,
He can
nah,
go
but
ahead. That's his
Okay,
time.
that's
sis,
good. That's
protective.
good. That's good. That's good. That's good. And she said social equity, but at the same time, what do they do in their real lifetime outside of YouTube? You
It
know,
doesn't, it doesn't, but
do
here's
they
the
have
thing,
fun?
Mikey.
Do they go out? Do they
Mikey.
socialize?
But
What?
but but Mikey, here's the
Hey,
thing.
Steph.
Does it
Coming
even
through.
matter what a person does outside of here if everybody is just engaging just online? So when
Mm-hmm.
I say social equity, it's
Yeah.
like this. If you don't have a lot of social equity, then it's not your place to tell a person why another person you deal with another person. I can easily fix that. This person has more social equity. If this person says
Mm-hmm.
something out of pocket, that somebody might email or reach out to that person and say, don't say that. That's not polite. That's wrong. And that person who has more social equity will say, I respect what you're saying. I was hurt, whatever. And they'll say, okay, cool. But you might not have a lot of social equity, and only because your response is, I should be able to say what I want to say. And
Mm-hmm.
so that limits, that might be why you don't have as much social equity. You might have thought you did in the beginning, but you might not have social equity because you don't hold yourself accountable. And so you lose some of that social equity by your behavior only, not because of
Right.
what other people do. And that's the problem. That's a thinking error. Because if you're too busy focusing on what other people do, like I'll give you an example. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
a boy might be able to, and this is not to talk about sexual or anything. But a
Mm-hmm.
boy might be able to walk up to certain girls and kiss them with no problem, right? Because
Right.
girls find this boy very attractive. But another boy grabs her or, kisses her randomly and, get off of me.
Oh, I see what you're
Mm-hmm.
saying. I see what
You
you're
see
saying.
what I'm
I see.
saying?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
And
yeah, yeah,
so,
yeah,
so
yeah.
because of that reason, you can't say, well, you let so and so kiss you. Well, you don't know if she had a crush on so and so all this time,
Mm-hmm.
if she was talking behind the scenes of so and so, and then
Right.
but you just
It's
all
like
you saw was so and so walk up and kiss this girl out of nowhere.
it's like
But
a nerd,
because
right?
you can't,
It's
go
like
ahead,
Steve
Mike.
Urkel, right? It's like Steve Urkel,
Mhm.
right? Everybody hit.
Mikey,
Yes, yes, yes.
let Joe finish, and then you can go. Okay.
I.
Don't be like me when I jumped in on Joe. Wait for
so
her to
Go
finish,
so
ahead, go
honey.
ahead.
so with the other guy, he might not have social equity. I mean, he might be able. He don't understand why he can't kiss that girl out of nowhere like he could, because he doesn't know the backstory. He don't know anything about the person. You don't know if the ups and downs that person went through. And then the girl
Mm-hmm.
might just happen to be just off rip attracted to him, and feel like he could do that to her.
Right.
But at the end of the day, the boy who can't has to understand that, listen, you just can't walk up to random girls and kiss them. Like,
Right.
you might need to
Right.
get to know them, or she might
Mhm.
see the way you was behaving to other girls. And I only use that as an example because, when you raise boys, you have to teach them. I said, listen,
Yeah,
son, there
yeah.
are some girls that will just let a boy grab their butts.
Mhm.
Now, don't think that you be one, I don't know if you're gonna be one of them, but don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right, right.
keep
No,
it
no.
polite, keep it, I had the boys where, they was like the girls was calling all the time and trying to plot on them. So I had to have a whole different conversation. But what I'm saying is that that's what I mean about thinking errors, because just because on the outside looking in, it
Mhm.
looks like the person is doing all these things and getting away with it, doesn't necessarily mean that that's the case. You
Right,
don't know what kind of relationship that person has with other people on
right,
and offline,
right.
and or may not have no relationship with them offline. They might say, listen, I'm just trying to keep this on YouTube, and
Mhm.
you're taking it too far.
Right.
Mm.
So
Go ahead,
It's like
Mikey.
it's like my man Steve Urkel, right? He was Steve Urkel until he changed us to Steph. Oh, whatever he changed it to.
Stefan.
Yeah, Stefan, and that's when shit changed. Like, oh shit, my guy, this is that nigga right here. You feel me? But then when he changed back to Steve Urkel, oh, that's that fuck nigga. Don't fuck with him. He a big old nerd, all
I
this.
love how Mikey tried to understand. Mikey, you know
You
what?
know,
You're close. Mikey, you're so close. You understand that, that there will always be in this world a Stefan and an
And
Urkel.
the
I get
Urkel.
it.
you
Yes.
feel me? And then when Steve Urkel tried to kiss, this girl, she said, "Yo, my nigga, fuck up my
Way to
woman."
go, Mikey.
like,
Yes.
like, like my guy, what's wrong with you? And then when he turns it to Steph and whatever, oh yeah, Steph, oh man, like man, my guy,
And that's a good analogy because I'm the queen of analogies. But that's a good analogy to explain that you
yes.
might just be the Steve Urkel in the sector. That might be.
Hey.
And then when you switch off, my man Steve Urkel, he had different personalities, and there was like, oh shit, like but and when he changed back, Laura was like, oh, what happened to such and such, but I had to put him away for a second because you was taking advantage of my kindness. You know, until he sees the reality of things. Like, what the fuck?
and
I
you
try
see,
to
and
treat
you
this
see my,
woman with, I try to treat her with kindness.
and you see my point, because even with
Yes.
Mikey,
Mhm.
Mikey understands the basic concept, just the basic
Yeah.
concept of in how interpersonal relationships just happen. And it may not
Mhm.
be fair, it may not be fair. It's like, Steve Urkel, really like Laura, but it may not be fair. But in the end, he got the girl that he had Myrtle. He got the girl that he wanted to be
Myrtle.
with.
Oh, Murder
he,
Urkel? Hey, my
yeah.
man. Hey, my
And
man.
no, he's like, he got the girl. But what I'm saying is that, it's not you to be, it's like telling a woman who likes to deal with F boys, what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I just love my thugs, you know what I'm saying? I love my thugs. I love my gangsters. And he's like, I'm a square, and you and I'm a square compared to them, and you rather deal with that thug than to deal with Miss Square. But when I act like a thug, you don't want to have nothing to do
Man.
with me. Look, you got
It's
to
like
get
it's
it in
like
the.
it's like it's like Power, right? I seen the episode, right? Unique. He said, "Oh, my brother's home," right? look like a square ass nigga.
Ronnie. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, into one day. My man turned his back on Rodney and bopped the shit out of Unique. That right there, I was like, yo, you can never turn your back on a nigga that you just fucked up. Don't turn your
And
back.
See,
also and also
and see,
don't
like
judge a
me,
book by its cover.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
see,
Yes.
like me, like me, I think it's sexy for a man to have a A in calculus. You hear me? That's sexy. I'm like, oh my god, you got an A in calculus. What? Um,
And then you
you
know
know
what's
what I'm
funny?
saying?
That Family Matters show, that Family Matters, it
Mm-hmm.
gave a lot of people did not see what they were saying, but I kind of saw it. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I mean? And that's on real lifetime. What's going on? With a lot of people. You know, they got that
Mm-hmm.
one purple ass nigga, but then all of a sudden he changes. Now everybody want to be on his shit
Urkel ass nigga.
type shit. You know,
Can you be? Can you be? Like
man.
can you be? Can you be? Can you be?
That's a fuck
I
nigga shit
can't.
there.
You know what? Let me tell you something, Mikey. I don't know where you came from. I don't know how you exist. But you know what?
I came from the
You
blue
just say
dots.
you just say the most. Like you could be a cartoon character, and I haven't even thought about making you into one to a degree. Like I do have a cartoon of you a little bit, but I could make you into a cartoon character and just just stuff just by just some of the slogans that you come up with, you know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean, because you come up with like these
Yes, he
slogans,
does.
and the thing about it is like I don't know if it's just a New York thing, or or it's just like a small community or whatever, or just stuff that you just picked up along the way and you
Uh-huh.
just
Like
say
everything about me comes out naturally. Everything.
naturally.
Yes. And
Yeah.
I chill with a lot of old people. For real.
And that's one of the things I like about you, Nike. Oh,
Yes.
Nike, Mikey, is
Yes.
that you're always going to be yourself, no matter what. And
And some people don't
I
like that.
appreciate that.
Like people don't like. I said that's the major key to life. Be yourself. You be yourself,
Well,
man. Anything and anything could open the door for you. Anything. Just
Well,
anything.
Mikey, it's challenging when, like you don't really have a filter.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you kind of don't have a filter. And I know
That's true.
people that don't have those filters. And it's not because you chose not to have a filter. It's just the way you're made up, it's in your, so you have to kind of learn, subconsciously try to learn how to read the room. And it's a work in progress for you all the time to try to learn how to read the room. And so a lot of times people give you the benefit of the doubt because of that reason. We know. But there are some people who you just can't do that to.
Yeah.
You just can't give them the benefit of the
Mhm.
doubt because they really are not that genuine and they really are
Yeah.
using that to take advantage of good-hearted and good people.
So
And
Right.
common sense. So common sense say comment no more.
well,
Right?
No.
no, it hasn't been for quite
Not
some
for
time.
some people.
It hasn't been quite some time. You know what I'm
Or
saying?
or 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 the energy, or they more into, like, how can I say it? They into the digital world than reality world. They
Yeah,
cannot read the room. They
you
cannot read
gotta,
the room of
exactly.
themselves. If you
Right.
cannot
And
do
it,
that, that's a problem that you have.
right. But the problem is that I can control how I respond to it. And so when I respond to somebody, I can't speak for everybody, but when I'm done responding to reacting, because some people are reactors, when I'm done reacting to something that I saw that was negative, whatever, I kind of like move on because I know I can't change that person. I only can change me. So,
Exactly.
so what you have to do is, it's like everyone is a work in progress. Like
Yep.
everyone has their shortcomings. Everyone does. But the fact of the matter is, I know me better than anybody else. So,
Mm-hmm.
displaying my shortcomings online is kind of like laughable because I'm like, you're not gonna see me in person. We just,
Yep.
yeah, But some people can't handle it that way. Some people are just hypersensitive. They're still going through the stages of life where they're learning about themselves, and it's hard to tell who those people are until you really get to know them. And
You
I've
know,
just been blessed.
you know
I,
what's crazy, right? I could
mhm.
imagine if, right, I'm about to hit 44 this year, right? So
Right.
sooner or later,
For
sooner or later, I'm gonna be
Hey,
50.
Chadsy. Thank
So
you.
hopefully, when I turn 50, my mind is gonna be developed to the point I understand things more. I'm not gonna be miserable, looking crazy. I want to understand things even more, understand people's weakness and everything else. When you understand people's weakness, oh my, yo, I don't want to say no more.
My advice to you, Mikey, you could
Yes.
take it or you can leave it, is to CYA, cover your ass all the time,
Mm-hmm.
and move, be yourself,
Mm.
but move with caution.
Okay.
Everyone doesn't have your best interests at
That's
heart.
facts. And I noticed that. And I
Mikey,
dead
my
ass
advice to
noticed that.
you, my advice
Mm-hmm.
to you, Mikey, is to think before you talk. Think
Okay.
about how the person will receive what you're saying. Just
Mm.
think a little bit before you talk. That's it. That's it. Let's think
Yeah.
I
about it,
appreciate that. I
and
appreciate
then
that. I
yeah,
appreciate that. I appreciate that because one person told me not everybody's gonna take your response the way you say it. Not everybody. Everybody's they take it in a different way. So be
Hmm.
careful how you talk to people and how you present your words to people. Just be
Yeah.
careful.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Some people take it as a joke, some people take it serious, or some
Hmm.
people will take it to the extreme that will tell you in your face, like,
Hmm.
what's your problem? And that person is telling me, "Are you ready for that?" I say, "Yeah." I say, "Yeah." If they ready to say some shit to me, I'm ready to say some shit to in their face. Are they ready to receive what I'm gonna say? Don't say some wild shit to me, then expect me to be like, "Oh yeah, whatever." I don't know,
I
but
understand that.
I understand what you said too. I definitely understand. I gotta think before I talk.
Yeah,
Tell shit
and
to
you
people.
know, you were told that folks were trying to find out where you are, and you're good for going on on camera and showing where you're at. Just move with caution.
And be
yeah,
mindful. Be
Yeah.
mindful. It's true.
because
It's true.
it's not anybody because it's not your fault that they can't turn you off. You see what I'm
Hmm.
saying? It's not your fault that they can always unsubscribe and turn you off.
That's
You
what I
don't
always
have to
say. You could you
engage with
could
it.
you
Yeah.
could unsubscribe, leave me alone, you go about your business. There's somebody's doing something way better than me. Looks way you right. I told this to a female. I kept it so real with her. I said, Joe, I don't have to be here in your house. You feel me? I don't have to be here fucking with you or whatever. You could find a way better nigga than me with a car and everything else. It's the same way with me. I told her I could find a way better bitch than you
Oh my
that
goodness.
could treat me better. You feel me?
You
You
know
treat
what?
me
This is
better.
how. This is how I know. This is how I know, Mikey, that you haven't at that level, Mikey. If you having that conversation at all in somebody's house, you like you wasted. Like if the girl isn't isn't treating you like right, you ain't even gotta have that conversation. You just say, you know what? I'm just gonna
just,
go home.
just leave. He's
Just
out.
leave. You, because I'm gonna tell you something about me. You wouldn't have been able to get like 3 words of that sentence out at my house. I would have told you, well, don't let the door hit you from behind while you still here. Like deuces, you at
Exactly.
my house. I was telling a girl at her house. Listen, I'm from the, oh, what you got to do today? You know, what I'm saying? I was that girl. I wasn't, no man really had to tell me to leave. I was like, you got something to do today? I mean,
And
I'll
you
see
know
you
what's
later.
crazy? And you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? Talking about that, right? It became full circle. Damn. Somebody always tell me about the full circle thing. So it came back full circle. She said, "You know what, my nigga? I apologize to you,
Man,
cause you know why?
this must have been your sister.
Not if he talking about finding a better bitch.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Nah. I always
It
got my
better not
sister
have
back.
been.
Let me say this. Let me say this. I always got my
Sorry,
sister back.
Mikey.
No matter what. I always
okay.
got my sister back. I told my sister, any nigga fuck with you, whatever, let me know. Man,
Mikey, you can't tell an
man.
independent Mikey, you can't tell an independent woman who got her own place that if that what you can be to her or anything. Now, if she is unless she had low self-esteem at that moment and she was living with somebody else or something, ain't no way you could be telling a woman in her house, I
Hmm.
could have a better man than you. I'd be like, see, I mean, I can have a better woman than you. Man, listen, do you realize what women have a stable? Like, what are you talking about? you you got to the house. You know what I'm saying? Women have a stable. That all she gotta do, you leave it and the other guy be coming. What are you talking about? Women
Oh
have
my
got their
God,
own
Joe.
place.
You gotta be flashing
Women
back.
I mean,
Mikey,
I just
Mikey,
tell her
there's
how it
levels to
is.
this.
I just
Mikey,
tell her,
there's levels to this. You may
I
have never
know.
reached, you know what I'm thinking? You never reached that level. See, because there's women that
What
come in
level? What
levels.
level?
Because
What's the level?
women come in levels. You know
Okay.
what I'm saying? Women come in levels. So like some stuff like that work on just certain type of women.
Yeah.
But some women have levels, like especially independent women, like me, I was raised by a dad, my dad, one thing that he would always say, and I couldn't, as a young person, I couldn't stand it. He's like, I got your bill money. I said, why you
Mm.
always, I was like young, like my dad, like, I got your bill money. You know what I'm saying? And then when I got older, he was like, I was just making you tough because I didn't want no man taking advantage of you. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
because men, what, fathers love, don't want their daughters just to be taken advantage of. But,
Right.
That is
so,
true.
so when I was living on my own, by myself and everything, like, I was the level of independence, you as
Hmm.
the level of independence when you have your own place, you paying for you buying your own food and everything is so strong that
Hmm.
you really can't, you really she really has to kind of like kind of sacrifice and then kind of let you in. But
Excuse
no,
me.
you know, you couldn't talk crazy to me in my house. Like you came to visit me.
Yeah, I can't imagine, some dude saying that to me and my shit.
Yeah, she said that. She said
He
that. She
wouldn't
said,
have
"How you?"
finished the statement.
Yeah.
She said, how you gonna disrespect me in my house?" I was like,
Exactly.
Man,
look.
listen, you
I
wouldn't.
said, look. I said, look, you're fine, but at the same time, I could find somebody way better than you. So don't get it
Mikey,
twisted.
Let me tell you something. You was
Yes.
like, you would only made 3 words would have came out, and you would have been gone. You would have been gone. Listen, you would. This is the kind of conversation you be having me. You be like, I come to your house and I just see the fact that you just got guys calling you all the time and everything. Oh yeah, because you could be replaced. But what's up? What
Well,
you talking about?
Mikey, how old were you? Were you in your 20s, 30s, or 40s when this
I mean,
happened?
40s,
Oh my
40s.
God. I was going to say, I hope
Mikey.
it was when you were in your
Mikey,
40s at least.
How old was this girl?
She's in her 30s now, late 30s.
Okay. So
Okay.
Mikey, let me ask you this. Did this girl kind of get like a check or something?
Damn.
Okay, that's all. Okay, I was just wondering. It sound
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me
It's
go
a
on mute.
maybe. It's a maybe with that. I don't know. I
I
didn't
just,
know.
you
I
know
didn't
what? I
know.
just need
Look,
the
look,
extra details.
look. I didn't know until she told me. Let's just put it like
Okay.
that. I did
Okay,
not
that
know
was a,
that.
now I suspected, it was extra detail, I did it more for the audience. I'm gonna just tell you that.
Hey man, I don't know, man.
Are you
It be
still
like
with
this.
this woman, Mikey?
Nah. Right
Nah,
now,
nah, nah.
I'm real picky with my women. I'm
You
real.
Are you an
picky.
independent
Yes,
contractor now?
yes,
Okay.
yes. I'm real picky with my women. I don't. Yeah, I'm just picky. I'm picky.
Okay.
You know. I just don't give. My power to any woman. Type shit.
You don't
As
get your
you
power to
shouldn't.
women.
Yes.
Yeah, as you shouldn't. But respect them.
No, I do.
Show them respect, and they should also show you respect.
Yeah.
Raising 3 girls kind of make you understand things about women.
Mm-hmm.
You know, gotta treat them right. It's a lot. It's a lot to go with that. It's a lot. Raising three
Raising three
girls
girls.
make you understand things about women more.
Okay.
Make you look at yes.
Mikey, do you have younger sisters?
One.
Okay, so that's one of the girls you raised. But cause when you're a big brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. That because
it's
when
five
you're an older
boys and one
sibling,
girls. It's 5 boys and one sister.
are you Miss Murph, not
Yes.
Chinsa, but are you an older sibling or a
Yeah, I'm the
middle sibling?
oldest. I'm the
Yeah,
oldest.
you could tell. You could tell. See, I'm an older sibling too, and older siblings act a certain way. Like it's like
Yeah.
you could feel it the way
Yeah.
because they go through everything first, and
Mm-hmm.
the other kids are just your kids.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're the
Yeah.
one that you make them the cereal, you make them that little
Yep.
oatmeal. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
you help
That's a fact.
mom find a sock. Go get
Gotta
me
be
that
their
pimp.
protector outside.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go get that pamper. Go get the game. Hand
Man.
me a pamper over there. Man, you be like the helper, you everything. So
I tell you
older.
like this. I tell you like this, right? My little nephew, that's my twin.
Oh
How
wow.
so?
He looks like me
Okay.
when I was a baby, and right now he still looks like me. So I told my
Mm-hmm.
sister, "How with this dude that you got? He's cool.
It's
The
called
dude,
genetics.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
in the
yeah,
jeans.
yeah. The dude is cool. He's cool. He's cool. He's cool. He know not to like do nothing crazy to my sister because I was like, yo, you got 4 other brothers that you got to deal with, type
Mm.
shit. Feel me? He came to the
Are you
house or
close with
whatever.
all your siblings, Mikey?
Yes,
That's good.
yes, yes. My other brother, his name is Mr. TT. Call him Rex. T Rex.
Okay.
He looked like the spill image. The same image as my pops. Them niggas look
Oh
like
yeah.
twins.
Well, you look
twins.
like your father.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, but
yeah,
him, he looks like him more.
Yeah.
Like they look like twins
Hmm.
automatically. Oh man, But
yeah.
he's
But
cool. He's cool.
so
That's
Mikey,
my.
I take it you're not an older sibling, but back to Miss Murph being an older sibling.
Yes.
Being older,
I'm the
being an
second
older,
oldest. I'm the second oldest, if that
being
makes
a
sense.
oh, okay. Well, being an
Hmm.
older sibling, you just kind of the way you view the world and how you see things, and you kind of is hoisted into this. Cause like to this day, even though my brother's taller than me and everything, it's just like you can
Hmm.
see the dynamics of like
Right.
well, when I was with him, people thought we were married. I don't know why they thought that, but I was like, no, this is my little brother. Oh, your little big brother. Yeah, it's my little
Right.
big brother. Because, in our family, and, in our culture, no matter, I don't care how big you are, if you're younger than me, you the little
He's still
brother.
my little brother. Yep. But yeah, my brothers are taller than me.
Yeah, my brother is like almost 6'3". So it's
Hmm.
like, I stand next to him, I'll be like, give
That's
me
how.
a
That's how.
hug.
That's how come my brother is. He's like 6'3", 6'4". My older brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
But the thing about it is that that kind of plays a part of how we think and how we talk and stuff, because
Hmm.
when you're an older sibling, there is a kind of like a serious side to you, and a strongness that you have to have when you're an older
Yeah.
sibling and stuff
Hmm.
like that. But I can honestly say, like it, I'm very rare. Like, well, in my neighborhood when I was growing up, especially when I
Hmm.
reached my middle school years, I was like one of the few people that had both of their parents at home. And I remember, like,
Yeah.
my dad
Me
used to
too.
like work nights. My dad used to work nights and stuff. And so I remember it was like they be like, she ain't got no dad. And then they would sit way outside. They see my dad leave. Like, oh, she do got a dad. Because I never kind of like, I never wore it on my chest. Like, I never told, like,
Hmm.
because I knew like a lot of my friends, they didn't have a father.
Yeah.
But my
Yo,
dad
no
was
cap.
always there.
Yo, no
Yeah.
cap. Right? Like everybody
Hmm.
used to come to my house or my friends, and and they was like, "Damn, you got a good family." All this. Niggas used to come, chill, eat, play games, chop it up, stay over.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? And they was like, "Yo, man, you got to be blessed having both parents and everything
Yeah.
else." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That
I mean,
that ass on that.
yeah, I think it matters because you get to know both sides of yourself when you see your
Yeah.
parents, no matter what the situation or scenario is. You get to see
Hmm.
both sides. But I just kind of like wish back then I would be like wearing that on my chest as a teenager, like, yeah, I got a dad, like me. I was just so worried that like I was just like, now I mean,
And this
listen to
go
their
back,
stories.
peep this,
Their
right?
dad was on the corner.
Right? This
Hmm.
this this go back to what I was saying, right, from before, right? I was telling that person, dude, they got a strong relationship with their dad. That person did not want to
There
say
you
that.
go. Hmm.
You know why is that, right? It's the reason why.
Well,
She
we can't.
Go ahead.
it's a reason why. It's not
But
co-parenting, it's like, oh, your pops did this, your pops did that, your pops is a piece of shit, whatever,
Hmm.
whatever. You feel me?
but it
And
but
I,
it happens. It happens. It's not. I don't fault a person for not having their parent in their
Yeah, it's
life.
not
I
their
don't
fault.
fault a person. It's not their fault that they didn't. The relationship didn't last. So a lot of young people
Hmm.
don't even understand the dynamics of how their parents even got together.
Hmm.
They don't know. It's like I said, it's three sides to every story. But what I do know is that growing up, the problem is that I always never wanted to use that against somebody. And that's why I
Hmm.
said I never really would say. And then one day I was just like, when like the boys started coming and trying to knock. they didn't know, and so they had to find out. It was like, remember in House Party where uh when he opened the door and it was like a man standing
Mhm.
there, with his hair like all out, like, with his eyes big.
Uh,
My dad was like a Robin Harris type of father. My dad was like a roaster and didn't have no filter or nothing. So I was like, I was a big, I didn't want, but the boys would like resent, they would kind of like,
mhm.
they thought they could just knock on the door, but they didn't knock it on the door. My dad came to the door one day. I was like, she got a man live there. I was like, that's
Mhm.
my father. It's
And
like,
you know
you
what's
got,
crazy too?
yeah,
I was homeschooled. I was
you
homeschooled.
was?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was homeschooled. I was homeschooled.
I was bused.
You feel me? Cause
I was bused to a magnet school. I
Yeah.
went to a
and
magnet school.
and I went back to school,
Oh, you did?
so I
Oh.
have both. You know what I mean? Cause
Which
you
did you
know,
prefer?
I prefer homeschool was better for me
Mhm.
because it was one on one with the teacher, and I was soaking up everything
Yeah.
instead of a whole bunch of people around me. This person asking for it. It's like,
Distractions.
yeah, like I'd rather
Mhm.
be homeschooled than be at school.
Easier to focus.
Yes,
Mhm.
because after my accident, my shit was kind of twisted,
Mhm.
and they had me homeschool and everything, so I had to pick up a lot of stuff, how to do
Yeah.
this, how to do that,
How long were
you
you
know,
homeschooled, if you don't mind me asking?
for like a good 2 years,
Okay.
2 years, maybe 3 years,
Mhm.
because I got hit by a car.
Oh wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so when I got hit, like I fell, and
Mhm.
then certain shit got fucked up in my head a little bit.
Yeah. That
So it
happened to
was,
one of my aunts when she was a kid. Mhm.
yeah, like I still remember that shit. Got hit when I was like 15, 14. I fell
Yeah.
down. I was trying to walk. They said, "Are you crazy? Your shit's about to come out. Your bone.
Mm. Mm.
Chill."
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Mm.
I was like, "Yo, what?" And then from there, they had me homeschool, and then I had to go up to 3 flights on the wheelchair, one of them old ass wheelchairs.
Mm.
No elevator. God bless to
So how did you do it?
my cousins picked me up in a wheelchair
Oh my
every,
goodness.
every day. Every day.
So now they sweaty all day.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then until one day when I turned 18, that's when they gave me the bread, the accident money, whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's when I started to that's when we all started that's when my first day I went to Disney World.
Yeah.
Yep. Paid for
Okay.
all that. Went again the second time. I
Mm-hmm.
said, fuck it, we might as well go again.
Oh my goodness.
Feel me? And she was
So you
fun.
traveled. You traveled with your settlement money. I see. You went. You
Yes.
went.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You
Were
had to
you born
recover
money
from those
fed?
years.
Yeah. Yeah. It was cool. It was fun. That's when
Mm-hmm.
I knew how to travel type stuff. You know what I
Okay.
mean? And I went to Alabama with my pops, rode some
Okay.
horses, cut some pigs, did a lot.
Mm.
Did a lot. Did a
That's,
lot.
you know what. Um, you didn't have to share all that, but that's kind of like enlightening to kind of have an under insight and understanding of
Yeah. Yeah.
what brought you to here, and
Yeah.
where you are in life now,
Yeah.
being
Hmm.
suffering that level of trauma.
Yeah.
See, you never know. Like, you honestly, Miss Murphy, you never know what people have experienced or gone through in their life, and then
Yeah.
I always feel like, and people pick on Mikey, but they really don't. have a strong understanding. Like it's there, but you just don't have a strong understanding of,
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
unless you experienced it and you know people just by, I'm
Hmm.
a people watcher, you kind
Right.
of feel it. You know what I'm saying? And it's just, in your heart. Like you could feel when people have gone through things, and then you could tell when people try to use it to their advantage. And I just feel like Mikey
Mhm.
has never done that.
Yeah. And thank you for sharing, Mikey.
No
And
problem,
again,
no problem, no problem.
I have an aunt that went through similar, when she
Mhm.
was young, to where she wasn't quote unquote right anymore. Um, Plus she suffered from seizures along with that. Um, yeah.
And ever since, yo, let me
Thank
tell you,
you.
right? Ever since
Hmm.
I got hit by a car, let me tell you, all my senses, like it went up.
Yeah.
Like all my senses. I tell you no lie. I was between two trucks.
Hmm.
One day I was crossing the street. A
Hmm.
truck almost struck me.
Hmm.
Almost. But for some
Almost.
reason, I stood in the middle. And like ever since that day, like I could cross the street crazy. A car would not hit me. Cause it's like my senses is
You're
sharp.
more you're more you're more self-aware now. When you
Yeah.
experience that level of trauma, Mikey, or something like that happens to you, or you have a near death experience, you
Hmm.
become very hyper aware of your
Yeah.
surroundings. And so that's probably what you're experiencing when you're out there. Like you've been hit by a car before, so you don't want to get hit again. And so you're
Hmm.
going to always be hyper aware of the vehicles and cars and the way they move in the street.
Yeah.
Nah, facts. And people too, like this happened in real life. Shorty stabbed me behind my back with a
Oh my
fucking butter
goodness.
knife.
What?
So yeah, dead ass. I could have been paralyzed to this day. Couple of
Hmm.
inches to my
Oh my
spinal cord.
goodness.
Couple of inches. And ever since that day, that's another sense that just went up. So like if
Hmm.
I'm around people, don't be behind me. I don't like
Yeah.
that. Don't be behind me.
Yeah.
Don't walk behind me. I want you to walk in front of me. Cause I don't trust people
Hmm.
behind me. Cause you know what I mean? I don't know what the fuck you're gonna do. I just don't know. So I don't like people being behind me type shit. And I'm more around on my surroundings. Like if I see something funny, like I move or like fuck is going on. Like, you know what I mean? So everything in my senses is on point. Even I could be drunk as shit and my senses will be on point.
Hmm.
Like, you know what I mean? Like it just be on point.
Well, don't be
Well,
outside drinking, Mikey.
No, I don't.
yeah.
How long have you drank? I haven't drank in like a year, 2 years, 3 years, maybe. I'm more of a
Hmm.
smoker than
Mikey,
a
yeah,
drinker.
it's hard for me to believe because I seen that bottle of Hennessy. You must didn't remember.
Yeah. And the can of Corona.
Yeah, like Mikey, Mikey, you had us until you started telling us stuff we did seen already, Mikey.
The
We got
tiny liquor
vivid
bottle.
And
memories.
let me tell you, I don't want to say this too much, right? But I've been in a situation, right? I
Hmm.
don't say this too much, but I've been in a situation where I'm in somebody's house, right?
Hmm.
And I'm conducting business. I'm by myself.
Oh Lord. Wait
Yes,
a minute,
my
Mikey. Before you proceed, are you about to incriminate yourself?
no, no, no.
Okay.
I'm gonna put it in a
No.
way it won't. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
Mikey, we don't
So
want to hear your criminal activities on here. We could do that on your channel. We could do that on your
Yeah,
channel.
don't self-incriminate.
no, I ain't got
Mm-mm.
stuff. It's none of that. So I told
Okay.
the person, look, I'm here for this and for that. You feel me? Let's hurry up. I don't got time for the BS.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If something happens, I'm willing to take it there. You don't know
Mm-hmm.
me, and I don't know you. So whatever happens, happens.
And you're
You
in
know?
this person's house.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
And that person was like, "Oh, just take it easy, my guy." I said, "Look, I'm not that nigga. Let's keep it pushing." You feel me? And his mom was just like, "Oh, you want some soup? Fuck out my face, lady. I
Gee.
don't know you." And my boy, and this dude, whatever, he said, "Are you okay?" "Yes, my guy. Let's go on with the business. Fuck out my face, bitch. Your mom's
Oh
giving me
my
soup."
goodness. So Mikey, you don't mind talking shit to people in their own house. That's what I'm
Yes.
gathering. Oh
Yes.
jeez. Be careful with that, Mikey.
No, yo, I was by myself. Trust me, I was by myself. I was ready. When I mean ready, I was ready. Cause this other person told me whatever happens, do what you gotta do.
How about don't put yourself in those types of situations?
This was back early 90s
Okay.
and
So you were a teenager, early 20s.
early 20s, and I was on my bullshit. So it was like, you know,
So can I say young and dumb?
it was yes or no, but like shit was my sense was crazy. Like,
Yeah.
don't be distracted to everything one person tells you.
Mm-hmm.
So, when that lady say, "You want some soup?" I say, "Yo, fuck up my face, lady. I don't want no
Yeah.
fucking soup. Fuck you trying to give me soup when I'm conducting business. Who the fuck are
Mm-hmm.
you?"
Mikey, what did I tell you? Think before you talk. See, you ain't gotta say all that. You know what I mean? You don't gotta say all of that. That's not necessary. That's
I'm
not
gonna
necessary.
I'm gonna apologize to you, Mikey, for making you feel so comfortable that you felt that you could share that story.
Mikey,
I'm
listen,
sorry.
Mikey, come on now. You talking to two mothers. Ain't nobody
Uh,
got time to
no,
be
I just
listening.
said that. I just said that.
Mikey, I know, but you need to think before
Ah.
you talk because you going
All
to say
right, all
that to the
right.
wrong
Yes, I
person.
can go
You need to
ahead.
stop doing that.
So, ever since that day, I just became humble. I wasn't trying to deal with that extra shit. It was just too
Okay, well,
much for me. It was too much,
you need to humble yourself. But
The
anyway, I'm
money
gonna
was
change the
good.
subject, Mikey. I'm gonna change the subject because I
Yes,
remember what we were
All right.
talking about. But
yes.
other than that, Miss Murph,
Mm-hmm.
um, in 2026, I expect to
Mm-hmm.
see, the rise of the boring sector
Yes.
and just seeing, just laughing and going back to just the plain old like joking and roasting and just
Mm-hmm.
and
I'm
and
trying to
just
do
having
my
a good
part.
time
Yeah, I'm trying
and
to
just
do my
having a
part.
good time and just having a good time and just now if somebody say something crazy on the panel like Mikey just said, we gonna say our slick stuff, but that's where it should end. You know what I'm saying? Because people gonna say
Yes.
some craziness, and
Yes.
when people say some craziness, we could kind of call the craziness out and
Mm-hmm.
laugh about it because that's just what this sector's about. Come on here and at your own risk and say something out of pocket. It's gonna start.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of little gagging and laughing and funness. But all that other stuff, we can just leave that alone. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So,
Yeah. I don't want the toxic shit.
yeah, because we gonna say something out of pocket. You might we
Yeah.
listen.
Yeah.
Even if there's an accidental camera, we could roast that, but just leave it right there. You know what I'm saying? You don't
Yes.
gotta do all this necessary stuff. You know what I mean? You gotta come back. I think the funniest thing I ever said in the sector was towards Flacco. You know what I'm saying? It was like and he never retorted. But I'm just saying, like, we just, if we could just make this a space where it's just a lot of laughing and I mean, I think it's possible. I mean,
It is
we're a
pop.
little tight. We're a little tight knit community, because when somebody new come into the community, we form like Voltron. We just start going in. There's still gonna be opportunities for that, you know?
So let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. What do you tell a person that they have OCD? Because that's what I have. If that
A
makes
person that
sense.
has OCD,
Yes.
good luck with that.
I mean, that's what I have a little bit.
There
That's
ain't
what I
nothing
was
wrong.
gonna
Ain't
say,
nothing
Joe.
wrong with it. It's like that's not a problem. When you got OCD, as long if
Hmm.
it starts to interfere with your lifestyle, your livelihood, and this, you need to go see you need to go see somebody about that.
Yeah. I
That's
say
it.
I
Now,
have
now if you want
partial
me to,
OCD about some things, but
Hmm.
now
it's
if you want me,
common. Go ahead.
now if you want me to roast you because you have OCD, you can do that. You know. What I'm saying?
I mean, what it is, I like to have things in order, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah. Mikey, what you be having in order?
Just everything.
Oh, your
If it,
receipts.
yeah, yeah, like if it looks everything out of place,
Uh-huh.
I feel weird sometimes.
Mikey, you be lining up on all the items in the refrigerator when you go grocery shopping.
Yes.
When you go grocery shopping, do you sit on the conveyor belt and make sure everything is like lined up perfectly as it rolls down the conveyor belt?
Nah, nah, that's too far. That's too far. It's too
I
far.
told you, Mike, I will roast you a little bit. You know, you talking about you got some OCD.
Yes. Yeah.
Mikey be having all the Kool-Aid. Look, Mikey be having all the little Kool-Aid packs all like lined up in
That's a
squares
fact.
going
That's a
down,
fact.
going down the conveyor belt.
My partial OCD is when I'm finished in the kitchen, I have to check all 5 burners on my stove to make sure they're off. And sometimes
That's
I'll
I'm the
come
same way.
upstairs
I'm
when
the
I'm
same way.
upstairs. I gotta go back downstairs and do it because couldn't remember whether or not I did it.
Man, have you ever drove back home to check? Oh, that's even worse.
Yes.
Like me, if I think I didn't close my garage, I drive all the way back around the corner and it irritates me because it's closed.
But it's better to be safe than sorry. That's what I say.
Yeah,
That's a fact.
yeah,
Like I tend to lose things when I'm on a rush.
you
Yeah.
do.
Yes. Like a
Like your
couple of days
EBT
ago,
card.
right? Nah. I don't even have that. Like I thought I lost my main credit card, right? I thought I
Uh
lost
huh.
it because I was on a rush. Came to find out it was inside my bag. And
Listen,
I
Mm.
and
ain't
I
nothing wrong with there's nothing wrong with EBT.
no,
Damn
no,
it.
but look, I had canceled my credit card,
Mhm.
right?
Mm.
Thinking I lost it. Come to find
Mhm.
out it was inside my bag. I was like, what the fuck? On God. I thought I
I don't
lost
know.
it.
I thought you don't use Apple Pay or on your phone to pay.
I got it, but I don't really use it like that. I don't use Apple Pay like that. Not too much.
Um,
Not too much. Oh
mm.
man.
You mean
For real.
tapping your phone to pay for stuff?
Yeah, I
Look,
use it
Insurance?
sometimes.
I'm gonna tell you.
Sometimes.
I'm gonna tell
Sometimes.
you. Unless I'm finna roast you, Mikey. I'm gonna tell you why Mikey didn't know where his card was, and it was in his bag because he realized he only like at that moment he only had like $1 on there, and but when he went but
Man. Man. Crazy work. Crazy work.
he had
Crazy work. Some bullshit. Allegedly, I had $1.
allegedly.
Yes.
Alleged.
It might have been point look, it might have been point five. You know? Look, negative $35.
Nah. It was not. Hell nah. I don't let that shit rock. That's for damn sure. I don't let no negative go. No, nah, 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 nah. No, no. Lucky to another process that you could do some shit. You know, you want to let you. I don't know. It's too much talking for that. You know, you know, you
I
just got
told
to
you,
know how to
Mikey, that's
weasel.
that's the level of roast that I be doing. So I'm just telling you.
It be
And
like that
Joe, to go
sometimes.
back to when we were talking about having a two-parent household. I don't know if you experienced this or not with your children and them dating. With my boys, their girlfriends or whomever they were dating didn't have a problem that he had, that they came from two-parent household and had a great relationship with their mother and father. My daughter, on the other hand, like the first several guys she dated, um, saw that as something bad, because they didn't have that. And I also think it was because they knew they wouldn't be able to control her because
Hmm.
she had a dad. And they had come from, you know, single parent homes, didn't have good relationships with their parents. And, sometimes I would look at my daughter and be like, why are you attracted to guys? And, she wants to be the helper, thinking she could fix somebody or whatever, but they
Hmm.
all ended up bad. So thankfully, the person she's with now,
They come from that because they
yeah,
have to have that in common. That's how I
yeah,
am now. Because like
yeah,
when I was younger, I was dating guys who were like from a single parent, and what I found out later, and this is really realness. What typically happens that when you're a single parent, you play the both role of the mother and father, but you may not be doing it too well because you're trying to balance those two things.
right.
And so what it seems like to me is those guys look for that motherly figure. They want that motherly figure in their mom, their
Mm-hmm,
mom with their woman, but then they want her to still be soft and submissive. And
mm-hmm,
so they have a hard time transferring their that mom relationship where their mother is that single mother, and they have to the
mm-hmm,
mom is playing this this dual role that is hard for her to do, and they have a hard time transitioning because they didn't have a father, and so the mom had to be that to them.
mm-hmm.
And so when they get in relationships with women, they typically have this higher expectation that shouldn't
Parenting.
be there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they that shouldn't be there. And so that's why they struggle. And they definitely struggle with a woman that has their father because the girl is a more assertive, and she could
Yes.
be the princess. She could be because her
Mhm.
dad allowed her to be that. And
Yes.
so like with me, my dad like made me strong. I was like a tomboy when I was young. I was always hanging out with my
Mhm.
dad. My mother told me that she said you would pick your dad over me.
Mhm.
And that's coming from someone who was raised by her grandmother. See, and so she probably really didn't, not, she probably loved seeing it, but it
Mhm.
probably affected her a little bit. And so it affects kids who wasn't raised by either one parent, both parents.
Mhm.
And then I would tell my mom and say, but this is what the life that you gave me. So it's like, of course, it doesn't surprise me that I'm, always with my dad and whatever. And then she's like, yeah, but
Right.
your brothers chose me, so it balanced out, what I'm saying? And I was just like,
And,
it just
and that's how it
surprised
happens.
me.
And that's how
Yeah.
it happens. My boys are mama's boys, and my daughter is a true daddy's girl. And
My,
those jerks, I'll call them jerks, that that she used to date just couldn't stand it, and would try to like shame her or bash her for having, her father. And I would tell her, there's something wrong with them. There's nothing wrong with you. It's something wrong with them. And like I said, wanting to control her and knowing that they couldn't, knowing that she had a father and she had two older brothers, so they couldn't act a fucking fool, without there being some sort of consequences. Leave them jerks alone. So thank
Exactly.
goodness she
No,
finally
that's a fact. That's
listened.
a fact. That's a
Hmm.
fact. Because that's what I told my kids too, man. Like, you still got your two parents, and if any nigga do some fuck nigga shit, you better let me know,
That's
cause
true, Clark. I mean,
I go
Lorna.
I, I go bonkers.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but
Let some nigga do something, man. Shit.
the other issue. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I can hear you.
The other issue is that it would be helpful because sometimes when there's not fathers in their life, it's good to try to find surrogates, like
Right.
uncles or family, relatives, and friends to try to kind of help because it takes a village. And
Yes.
if we need to get back to that, but what I do notice is that with those kind of guys, because I think as a teenage, your daughter probably was mad, like dad don't like none of the guys out there, you
Yep.
know,
And
and
that
that's
was so
only
true.
and
Mm-hmm.
that's how it was me. But the reason why, and I learned this from my dad, he was like, because as a man, we know what they're here for. And then
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't until like my husband, my dad loves my husband. Like
Right.
my dad was like, "Man, if you would have introduced me to him, he had a strong
Mm-hmm.
handshake. He was very respectful.
Mm-hmm.
So the fathers know. It's
Yeah.
just that and it's a lot of peer pressure that girls go through
Mm-hmm.
when they're teenagers because they got girlfriends, and
Yeah.
those girls may not have what she has. And so there's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of peer pressure, and there's a lot of peer pressure with those males too because they didn't have what she has.
Right.
And so they see what she has and they see, her as, like, you tell your dad everything, your family, they trying
Which
to kind
he
of come
did.
in between. Yeah. Which
Mm-hmm.
so that's what, that's the kind of things that I would love for, people us to talk about and the solutions for those things. Like how,
Mm-hmm.
because you see a lot of these males nowadays, they're becoming more like these MGTOWs and very angry towards black women. And then you start hearing
Yeah.
them say how they felt about their mother, and then they got this anger towards their mother because their mother playing like dual roles, and they don't
Mm-hmm.
have that same energy for their father
Right.
because they don't have those high expectations for their father. Like their dad is at their dad is like the homie, like
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
the dad. And like I heard
Yeah.
this guy say this. He said when it came to my father, I could make up in my mind who he was. I could say he drove a Bentley, a nice car, and he
Mm-hmm.
was this and that. But when it pertained to my mother, I gave her all this work, like all this fire and energy and stuff, and she was the
Mm-hmm.
one that was always there doing all the hard work.
Mm-hmm.
So it was easy to have animosity towards her, and because she was there all the time, and then versus the man that I made up in my mind. And I heard this guy
Right.
say that on it was like an Instagram post, and I said that's exactly what a lot of these young men are going through, because it's like they're blaming their mother, and then they're like, oh, the child support and all, they always
Mm-hmm.
got all these excuses until they become a father, or either they're going to end up repeating that same
Right.
cycle.
Right.
So it would be nice to see, men like this guy was talking to explain to these younger males, like, hey,
Right.
your mom and dad, you can't control the circumstances of how how that relationship happened.
Right.
But you got to understand that a person that's present should not have that much heat for, fire, or
Right.
you shouldn't have that much animosity for a person that's present versus a person that's not present at all. So,
Mm.
and that's because,
Misdirected anger, it could be.
right. And then when you
Yeah.
get in a relationship with a woman, you like, my mom did it all. My mom was a hard working woman. You want me to cater to you? You
Hey,
say, and they
Tina.
flip the script.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be nice to have those kind of conversations where you kind of like ask, like, I would love to ask a man, like, why don't you have that much smoke for your dad? Like, I mean, for
Mm-hmm.
your dad as you do for your mom, and why is your expectations for a woman? It sounds like you want her to be the extended mother that you wanted your mom to be, and where is the accountability on your part to understand that this is kind of what you were born in? Because I always
Right.
say this: what if you was born to a mother that was in a wheelchair every day?
Mm-hmm.
Right, her whole life, one day she gave birth to you, and then after that she was in a wheelchair. So you always knew that your
Mm-hmm.
mom was limited on doing the things for you, but she tried her best. You would
Right.
have way more empathy for her than you would have for somebody that you don't know what she had to go through to take care of you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I
And
would
like
love to have that.
it
Yeah.
could be misdirected or misplaced anger. If their father's not there, who else are they going to,
Right.
lash out at? And and then when they're dealing with, a woman, or a partner or whatever, where they are actually, acknowledging everything that their mother did for them and expecting the same thing from their significant other.
Or what about women, or families that don't have
Hmm.
extended families? Like back in the day, it was families that were like having 7 to 8 to 10 kids, and
Yeah,
nowadays it's like dwindled down to 3 or maybe 2 kids, and so they don't have all these extended uncles and cousins and all
yeah.
these different things. And so that could play a role in it too, because back in the day, it was grandma, big mama, all,
Like you said,
and
people in the
all the,
neighborhood, you
right,
know.
all nowadays it's like these kids are being shuffled to daycare, after
Yeah,
school daycare,
yeah,
and on the weekend, people don't feel comfortable allowing, kids to spend the night over random kids' houses. And I used to tell this is
mm-hmm,
real talk. Your first friends in life is your cousins. They
mm-hmm,
are your first friends, your
right,
girl cousins, your boy cousins, because you guys had to play with each other no matter what.
mm-hmm, yep,
You When there was a family get together, y'all all played together,
mm-hmm,
rolled, outside together, did things together. And
mm-hmm,
a lot of these kids, families are so spread out. They don't have that
right,
opportunity to be that. So they have to have surrogates. And you know how we be like, don't be bringing that little boy over to here, our house. You ain't going
yeah.
over there, we don't know
But
what they cooking over there.
we would rather the kids come over to our house than our kids
Right.
go to someone else's house. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Our generation started doing that. Our
Mm-hmm.
generation was like, we was like, if you had boys, you was like, you know what? We'll have them come our house, because we don't know
Mm-hmm.
what, they had a single
Right.
parent or whatever. We didn't know what they were doing. But
Mm-hmm.
nowadays it's like even more so. Like they don't, you have to grow up, like it has to be your girlfriend, kids that y'all grew up with, that, what I'm saying, they,
Yeah.
so it's still that way to this day, because everybody don't have the same type of lifestyle and
Yeah.
structure and stuff. Nobody
Doing
want to
the
bring
same
home
supervision. Mm-hmm.
nobody want to bring home roaches and bed bugs. And then the kids nowadays, they play The kids, the kids nowadays, they
That's true
play.
though.
They be like, shake, listen, shake your clothes, shake that bag,
Take your
before you
clothes
come in.
off at the door, put them in
Leave the
here.
bag out, listen, leave the bag outside so the cold weather could kill whatever just in that. You know what I'm saying?
True,
And
true.
then and then if you like a single mom, right? And then the kids go to the dad's house, they might be bringing roaches and bed bugs from the dad's house. You like leave that, the clothes that you wear at your dad's house, leave that over there.
Now, did you grow up with no outside clothes allowed on the bed? You gotta change your
Yep,
clothes when you come in. Yeah,
yep,
me
yeah.
too. And I passed that down on to the kids.
Yeah, yeah, you got outside clothes, and my kids had that too. They had like two, and I live in a state where they only had 2 seasons. They didn't have four. I grew
Uh,
up in a state that had 4 seasons,
right.
so they definitely had outside and inside clothes. These are your play clothes.
Yep.
These are your daycare clothes. Go take them
Uh-huh.
clothes off. Take the little dirty clothes off. And
Yep.
then
When the
you wear these
grandkids come
clothes.
over, they know go upstairs to Gigi's dressing room, change your clothes, and then you can hang out around the house. Take them
Yo,
off.
Yeah.
yo, yo, you know what's crazy too? I always been that friend that always had people come over.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. You say,
Hmm.
yo, why your house is so nice and so clean and your parents always feed us good and all that? You know?
Now when my kids they were outside kids. They just wanted to be outside all the time, and they
Hmm.
friends wanted to come in, but they was like, no, we want to play outside. Uh, but I'm telling you, these kids nowadays they just sit on the video game and play remotely. So it's like they all in it. You go walk by, you hear, yeah, that you hear the friends all on the game talking to each other, and they're like, "What are y'all at school together?" Yeah, we all talking. But my youngest son, he was an outside kid. They
Hmm.
was we had basketball courts near us, so they were always at the basketball court. They
Yeah.
was all yeah they that like it was like even during like the pandemic it was hard to keep them inside because they was like
Yeah.
we could be outside playing, we just can't go to the store. Because the swimming pool was closed, because we had a pool
Yeah.
around, and so the swimming pool was closed and all that. But they would just all they did was play basketball. Then once they realized that it was okay just to be outside, as long they
Mhm.
were talking about the air and stuff. Them kids was outside playing ball every day. And then I remember like I bought them a big pizza. And they just would sit like I got pictures of them. They sitting outside eating pizza, like because all the parents was like, man, don't be bringing so and so to our house. They all be
Mhm.
outside
Yo,
having
yo, you know what's
having some
crazy?
type of thing.
Thank God,
Yeah.
thank God I don't smoke cigarettes. Ah, man, because thank God I don't smoke cigarettes. I'm gonna say that. Because I can't stand, you know, I need a cigarette.
Cigarette smoke.
Yeah, I need another one. I need another one. I need another one. I can't stand that.
Mm.
That's annoying as fuck.
But you don't
And where they
mind
coming from, Mikey?
the one right
You
after
see?
the other?
No, no, you see, I have a limited with my weed thing. It's a limited. I know how to
Mikey.
control it. I know how to control my weed, but with the cigarettes, it's like, yo, what the hell? What the hell? You know?
Mm.
It's
Mikey,
like,
that's all the same to me. It's all
no, no,
smoke.
no, 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 sorry. Nope.
Mikey, it's all
Nope.
smoke.
It's a difference. It's a difference.
I
Cause my
didn't say
best
it wasn't a
friends,
difference.
cause my best friend smoked 2 packs by his
Oh my
damn
Hmm.
God,
self.
Jay.
Uh,
That's a
yeah,
lot.
yo, and I'd be asking
That's a
him,
hell of a lot.
yeah, and I'd be like, yo, what the hell is wrong with you?
DC.
Yo, yo, are you really being
Mikey,
serious, my guy?
Mikey, Mikey, do you smoke in the house?
Nah, I don't smoke in the house unless it's my house.
Okay.
It's my house, then yeah. But if it's not my
I
house, I
know
don't
I know
smoke.
people I know people who smoke weed and they don't even smoke in their own house. Like they'll
Mm-hmm.
smoke
Mm.
like outside in their like yard or
Mm-hmm.
outside away from everything else, but they don't smoke it. I know people who smoke weed and they never smelt like weed. I don't know
Yeah.
what it was. I don't, because back then and back in the day, like I have cousins and they used to wear cologne and everything, but they would like they'd be in the room doing something. I'm like, what y'all in there doing, smoking? And but they would go places and come out and you would never smell weed. Like I don't know what it was. I don't know. They would wash their hand. Well, they would do a ritual. They would have sanitizer first. They hand sanitize their hands. They
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't they wouldn't they wouldn't smoke in the clothes that they were gonna wear outside.
Yeah.
So
Mm.
they had their smoking clothes. I don't know what maybe it was like a white beater and some short, but then they be dressed
You know
dressed.
what's crazy, right? You know, some people make fun of me, how I look on YouTube, how I presenting. Don't you know? Look, hold on. Don't you know I go outside like this, just like this. I go outside
Not
just like
today.
yes. I'm outside with some shorts and
It's
slippers,
not
no
cold out
shirt.
there, Mikey.
My
Y'all don't
body's
have
used to
bad
the
weather. We got bad weather here in
nah,
Philly.
like my body's used to the cold. It's used to the
Mm.
cold, you know. So it's like, yeah, I'm used to it,
But I was
you
I
know.
was trying to think because I don't smoke weed, but my husband does. So I always tell people I don't smoke weed, but I get a contact high every night. But I'm trying to think if I noticeably smell it, in the house or
You might
and
not, cause like
I can't. Nah.
when I was a kid, like my parents smoked weed, I always tell people if y'all think I talk like this, like I'm relaxed all the time, it's because I had years of contact high, girl, as a kid. I swear. I blame it on that. Do you hear me? I blame it on that. My dad used to smoke like he used to have those he had a roller, you know what I'm saying? He had a little Jordan. He had like
Yeah,
lined up. He had his weed lined up like OCD, and then like even
yeah.
when we go to his house, I'd be like, open these windows. Oh my God, it smells like weed up in here, and it's like, you know, you invite your friends, have them come on over. I was like, Mom, the weed, your house smells like weed, you know what I'm saying? And then my friend come over and be like, girl, we smoke weed too, shoot.
I had a aunt and her husband that smoked weed. Well, back then they called it reefer, and they would only smoke it in their bedroom, and they would put a wet towel
Reefer.
at the
Hmm.
at the bottom of the door, so we never smelled it.
Uh,
Yeah, that's what my parents call it. That's what they would call it, reefer. That's what they smoke.
Hmm.
You know what I'm
Reefer. That
saying?
And
just
they
sound
smoke
Reefer.
they
crazy.
smoke joints. They didn't smoke blunts or
Yeah.
the bongs or whatever it is. They smoke joints, and then they didn't smoke like a whole joint at a time. So I was like, well, is the weed weaker now or what? Because folks be smoking the blunts like it's nothing.
Man,
Whereas
that
the
shit.
old back in the day, they would take a couple of puffs and be good.
Yeah, but see, their Reggie is different from what they're smoking right now, and my dad used to sell weed, so like I
Mhm.
I used to see it all the time.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, he ain't here no more.
Allegedly.
And listen, he ain't here no more. They can't
Okay.
bust him. You know what I'm saying? So I can say,
Okay.
listen, all the criminal stuff. My dad. Shit, I remember one time the police came to my dad's house because somebody said my dad had a whole bunch of weed in the house. Police came in there and they searched and they thought they were gonna find the package, but my dad hid the package somewhere. and it wasn't in
Mm-hmm.
the house. And the guy was like, shoot, the officer was like, man, let me hit that. Police, police, he came over there. It was like, let me hit that. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Listen, we had to come out because somebody reported there was a large amounts of weed out here. But all I see, my dad was like, yeah, I got a couple of joints over here. He said, let me hit that. The guy hit it, and like the officers lived in the neighborhood, so we used to drive by their houses and used to smell weed. So I don't even know, like whoever called, I don't know, they was hating. What it was. That was the first time I ever seen that. But now weed is
Yeah.
legal in those states now. It's not weed is not legal in Texas. Like
No.
recreational, yeah, they don't have like they have like that THC stuff, and then they have for
It's
people that
medicinal.
are yeah, like for they have it for people that medical. They might have a little medical here, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's not legal here, but it's legal in everywhere around all the states around it.
Mm. Now, yeah, well, I don't understand, and I don't want anybody to incriminate themselves. But how can everybody and their mama get a card or whatever they need in order to go to these dispensaries
Yeah, because they
to
be
get
going to
the
them chiropractic. Okay, so I know. Let me tell you how I know. Because when my dad ended up getting a card, right? When he was
mm-hmm,
once they right right when he realized he could get a card, and he
mm-hmm,
and he got a card, and they give that card for like health if it's health reasons, but a lot of them were getting them through them chiropractors. Chiropractors
oh
was giving
wow.
out them cards, yeah.
Oh jeez.
Somehow they got back pain.
Now
Shit. So that was
is it a limit to how much they can get at once, or can they get
yeah.
as much as they
So
want?
here's the thing. No, there is a limit to the amount you could buy at the weed store. They do have a
Mm-hmm.
limit, but a lot of them people ain't buying them. They ain't getting that weed from the weed store. They still getting them
Look,
weed.
I
They still
give
get
you.
the weed
I'm
from
gonna
them
give you a little
dudes.
secret. I'm gonna give you a little
Wait a
secret.
minute,
Listen.
Mikey.
All right. All right.
Beautiful said she need a plug.
Oh, I thought you were going to finish, Joe.
No, no. What I'm saying is a lot. It depends on the state, because like I know California
Okay.
is like real out of real
Okay.
legal out there, and then Arizona, and then Las Vegas, and then you got Colorado. So they all kind of
Mm-hmm.
yeah. But I think because when my dad got his card, he did kind of go to the little shop, and I remember one time I have a picture because I was in the sector when this happened. My
Mm-hmm.
mom, she moved over to gummies and stuff, and I was surprised when I saw the store there.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom goes in there and she gets her little gummies, and then she comes out here to visit me, and and I said, "What is that?" Because she had like, you might want to take medicine, so she was like, "What is
Okay.
that?" My medicine. And I said, and I thought at first I'm thinking it was medicine, then I thought to myself, how did you get that on the
My pan.
plane?
Hello,
I asked
darling.
my mother.
Oh,
I
whew,
asked
I
her,
forgot to put my overlay up. Thank goodness it was you.
Hey,
man, listen.
Welcome back.
Hey,
thank you,
welcome back.
darling.
I
Hey,
asked my
Mikey, Mike.
mother. I asked my mother,
I'm
how
right
you
here.
get
I'm right
that
here. I'm right
stuff on
here.
the, how you get that stuff on the plane?
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? I don't, and she just said, I brought it. I put it. I just got it on here because
You can take it on a plane, or did
no,
she had it
no, because it's
hidden
not
very
legal.
well?
No, she didn't even have it hidden. She had it in her little medicine. That
Uh,
the little Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday,
yeah,
Friday.
yeah, okay.
Cause it's legal where she's at, but
Mm-hmm.
it's federal. But she had them gummies. So then the next time I saw her, she like I wasn't thinking, and I said,
Mm-hmm.
why is you eating candy? She's like, you want one? And then I had to remember, I can't take candy from my mom. Because back in the day, your mom give you some candy, you get happy. You can't take no much candy and my mom's like over 60, so you can't take candy from her. You going to be high.
Well,
Man,
Jesus,
what?
please introduce me to mom. She sounds like a lovely woman.
Hey,
It's crazy
propane,
work.
thank
Lovely
you for
woman.
stopping through.
Hello, all my buddies in the chat.
Hey,
So
did
since
you come to
earlier,
add your expertise to the conversation?
honey, I literally just came back. Auntie and uncle just left, so I jumped on here to hang with y'all for a
Oh,
bit.
I hope you had a
So what we
wonderful
talking about?
visit with
We
them.
did. We did. I didn't know they was gonna stay until they got here, and so when I saw their little bag, I was like, "Oh, you staying?"
Surprise!
Yeah, y'all didn't say y'all was staying this time. Y'all said y'all was going home. So we didn't even start shutting down till like 3:30 this morning. So
Oh,
I'm a
oh,
bit tired,
I
but
was having a good time.
yeah, it was definitely worth it. It was definitely worth it. I mean, it's always a great time when they come. So, so we'll be vibing about. We just chit chatting today.
Just chit
Yeah, we
chatting.
we're talking about some weed right now,
Yeah, we talk
and
about weed right
yeah,
now.
I know you cut up. I know she came up here. She heard that weed. See, let me tell you something.
What I tell you, that
She heard,
energy finds energy.
she heard, listen, that was a whisper. You know what I'm saying? That was like, you know how when somebody say Candyman, Candyman, Candyman 3 times? We said weed 3 times and she come.
Yeah, that timing was perfect, girlfriend.
And it's time to chill too. It's really time to chill. So I told y'all energy finds energy, and I felt that disturbance in the force. I said, let me go check everybody out and see what's going on with my bunnies. And so again, I got
Yeah.
7. She got to get my AI stuff together, and now I need to be introduced to your mom so we can have a little chit chat too among adults.
Little chit chat.
Yeah, among the elders.
Man. No, my mom Pete. One time she was visiting me. My mom Pete the second. One time she said, "Oh no, this is crazy." she said these people need some weed. I said, "Go sit down somewhere."
Why do y'all think I be chilling and vibing all the time? I do what I do because that's what I
Hey.
does. But it ain't none of your business.
Look, my mom, she don't care. She ain't there. It's she her whole life. So, and that's probably that is one of the reasons why I don't smoke weed because I grew up around it my whole life, and it's just I feel like I've been high my whole life. So it's like, I just you come to a family. Let me tell you something. When I was like in my early 20s, my auntie, she's something else because she smoked weed. She was trying to smoke weed on oxygen. This was my mom.
What?
But now they got gummies.
Lord.
Now they got gummies and candy and brownies. So she good now. She good now. She good. She ain't doing that no more. I had to tell her one. She was like, "You want some?" So, anyways, I remember one time. This is how I knew that everybody in my family smoked weed, but me and one of my siblings. This is how I knew because one day we went over to a family get together, and it was like a room, and I was like, "Why does everybody keep going in this room?" And I looked in there, and it had like a tray where you put like deviled eggs on, like like an appetizer tray.
Yeah.
They had weed on the appetizer tray, and it was like joints all around, individuals, and they was in there.
That sounds like some of the parties we have at my house.
I don't even know nothing about that. Nothing. No, I mean, what the heck could you possibly do in a room with those kind of paraphernalia? I have no clue.
Yeah.
A joint. Everybody came together. What is a joint?
Man, look, they was like, so you seen it was like generational, right? Because you would see the cousins that were in their 20s, they was in there. Then the cousins in the 30s was kind of on the other side in there. Then the 40-year-olds and 50-year-olds, like I was like, and they not smoking with each other. They smoking like with their group.
Yeah.
Yes, you can't be with the kids doing that stuff. That ain't none of their business. What we do in our room.
So it was like, but it was like a party. It was like a get together, and so me and my brother, we was like the only people. Like I wasn't aware of what this room was about until I just decided to I'm like, why is everybody keep going, And I kind of like, and everybody was high. So I knew, they were smoking weed, but I peeked in that room and I said, oh, hell no. It looked like a party. Like, they had drinks in there. They had weed crumbed up in the middle. Then
Mm,
somebody was rolling.
that would be our
So they were
basement.
putting on there. And I was just like,
Yeah. Because
Oh,
while
those
the
memory lanes.
like my parents' generation, like while they're at the party, try to be respectful. So, the folks will go down to the basement to smoke. But they the early birds. So as soon as they leave, all that
yeah,
stuff gets brought upstairs.
Yeah, we just went to the
exactly.
barn. We called it the barn. That was our. We call it the barn. Everybody go to the barn. And here come grandmother. She come out there being nosy, just standing there with like, what you want?
And
I'm
then
just
and
sitting
then
there
when I and
stupid.
then when I went to Chicago and I went to my cousin's wedding, before it was like a whole weekend event. So we went on one of my cousin's house and we in the basement and they all smoking
Mhm.
weed and everyone's offering it to me and I'm just like, listen, I'm not the police. I just don't smoke weed,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah, that
You gotta
too.
tell, what I'm saying? So then at the wedding, everybody like, and I'm just like, and I'm telling you, everybody was high at the wedding, but it was civilized. Like because like my family, when they get high, there's no arguing, there's
It's
no
to be
yelling,
telling
there's
everybody
none.
out.
Yeah,
Everybody. That's why it
exactly.
was hard. Everybody's just chilling. Now they drink, but they not drinkers. They weed heads. But I have friends, but they family drinking and arguing and playing Uno and all that stuff like that.
And they're
But
Mhm.
my family is like they're just mellow, like all the time. And I grew
So
up in like a mellow family. So I was like, now I know why they was always mellow, because they was smoking weed all the time. Like, and
but that's
everybody was open to it.
but that's why
Nobody
Mhm.
was stealing
drinkers,
weed or
sorry, go.
nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, go
The
ahead.
drinkers, usually the drinkers who mess with the smokers to get everything started and messed up in the family when we having to get together. Why the drinkers always got to get loud? We trying to chill and the drinkers. Okay, well maybe I was.
Yeah, it'd be the drinkers that be,
Yeah, the drinkers be the ones that be arguing and fighting and talking crazy and stuff. But
So
the
I've been
weed heads, like,
straight out. Yep, I don't tolerate
this is
that
so cool,
foolishness.
y'all. Y'all been. I'm sorry, y'all been having a really good time today.
We
yeah,
have.
we chilling. We
Cool
been chilling.
beans. Yeah, every time I
I
came
know.
in, it was like I just heard laughing and joking. So this is what I'm talking about. This is what's up on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Look at Miss
I,
No
Murphy and Joe
I
facts.
kicking
told
off
you I
the
love
horn
to
sector.
talk. I was good.
No,
Look, if nobody hit the panel, I was going to be here for at least
But but
for an
see, DC, these people we're talking about, they don't smoke loud. Loud is different from weed. Like you would compare their weed is Reggie, but it's not the Reggie y'all think that they think it is. Because
hour.
old school Reggie is different from new school Reggie. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
that's number one. And two, they're mellow. Like my family would tell you, I don't be smoking on all that. I don't know what's all that chemicals all in that weed. I don't
Mhm.
be touching that
Yeah,
stuff. They do
absolutely.
not mess with that chemical induced weed. And plus
Mhm.
that weed that they get has way more THC in it than it's supposed to have. So
I have
that's the
no.
thing. So they're and then like my mom, she know the breakdown indica and all that stuff. She was trying to tell me. I was like, I don't know nothing about all that. She said, I don't
You
mess with
gotta know
that.
that though.
Uh, she said, I don't mess with that other because it'll have you paranoid and crazy.
Mhm.
You looking around. You looking around, you might see two of you. I said, oh no, I don't know nothing about that. Oh,
That don't sound like straight weed.
I'm not messing
yeah,
with nothing
that's not straight weed. Yeah, because they put chemicals in that weed in the shop. So what they do is they'll get them cars and they'll still be getting weed from that same guy that they've been getting weed from for
Mhm.
years, but be traveling with little small amounts. And they
Mhm.
weed don't be looking like little nuggets. They weed be looking just like it used to be in that little sack. You know what I'm saying? A little sandwich.
It's just something that
They
comes
walking around with
when
a
you grew up a
sandwich
certain
bag.
way. Some things you got old
They
school.
don't be having nuggets in the little jars, you know, the little jars. That's the young people. They ain't smoking weed. It'll be like a little sack, little sandwich bag. You know, and
Mhm.
remember they used to put, I told you my dad used to sell
Yeah.
weed. So it's like sandwich. My dad has a scale and sandwich, like he'll have this
Yep.
big old one bag and then all these, then he, next thing you know, they all these
Freezer bag.
individual sandwiches. Yeah, he would have a freezer bag, and then next thing you know, you'll see all these individual sandwich bags. That's when I knew my dad sold weed, okay? Because he
Mix,
started
Don't know
off.
nothing about
mix
none of
the
that. Don't know
grams,
none of that stuff.
the yeah.
Don't know nothing
My
about
dad
none of
used to
that
have
stuff.
like a my dad used to have like a cutout in the couch, right? So it
Oh
Mm.
was
wow.
like, and he would always be on the couch. Like I never knew why my dad used to be on the couch all the time, but he had like a cutout in the couch, and then he would have it in there. And then, so when I was a teenager, right? Because I was kind of like, street girl too. When I was a teenager, I learned the value of weed very early. So my dad, I used to steal his weed, but I never smoked it.
Lord.
Well, my dad would be sleep on the couch, and I would like squeeze my hand under there, and then I would grab like just a few joints, and then I would put it in my pocket. And so anytime I needed to ride somewhere or whatever, I'd be like, "Hey, hey, what's up?" They'd be like, "What's up? What you doing?" I said, "You want to join?" They'd be like, "What? What?" I'm like, "Hey, give me a ride to the mall. I need to go somewhere."
Joe
They be
was
like,
low key feeling.
"Yeah." So I
Man,
was, yeah, yeah,
by the time this get done, Joe,
yeah,
you gonna be a kingpin. You had folk working up under you. You didn't got busted
man.
3 times. They waiting on the paperwork on you.
Man, listen. I looked at back then. I looked at so young. They used to just send, they send us young people home. They didn't have all those resources back then. But what I will say is, I got away with it. But it was like I didn't have, I didn't like taking the bus. So I have friends or I knew people who smoked weed all the time. So I would be like, they'd be like, "What you got?" I'm like, "I got this. You want to go?" They're like, "You sure you don't want to hit this?" I said, "Nah, I'm trying to get to work. I'm trying to get on the other side of town. But thank you." You know what I'm saying? They be like, "Thank you."
It's
Of all the
crazy.
things I would have found out today is that Joe was a little pusher. Well, they
Mm.
said, what did they say? Ass grass or what was it? Nobody writes for free. Ass grass or
And
something.
I
listen,
don't.
that might get look. They clip that and play it. I'm gonna be like, "Listen, I didn't smoke it. So what you know what I'm saying? Like you ain't gonna be able to find one person in life that would say there are people that know the story, but they ain't gonna
Mhm.
tell it to nobody on here. They gonna be
All
like,
my
"Are you the
Internet
police?"
memories.
And
They
don't
gonna be like,
nobody
"Are
play
you?"
my stuff. Don't nobody play my stuff.
Mm.
Exactly, and exactly. Don't nobody. I'm so glad they didn't have video back in the day because don't nobody know my stuff except for the folks that know my stuff. And I told you
Exactly.
stuff alone, and I'm not telling on me.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows how to sew? Who knows how to sew? Like
I
sew
do a
clothes.
bit.
Me too. Me too.
I haven't sold anything in years.
I haven't
Lucky.
either, but that was a big thing with us
I know
too.
how to crochet. I might go back to doing that.
Hey, thanks for
Yeah.
I
stopping through.
tried to learn. It was so hard trying to learn because I'm left-handed. My grandmother was right-handed, so she was trying her best to teach me. Only thing I can do is a simple little chain stitch. That's all I got. That's all.
Hey,
Mhm.
lucky. I know how to sew because I had to sew some holes inside my pocket. So lucky I know
It
how to.
used to be taught in school.
Yeah,
It
that's
Yeah, it
did.
true.
was.
Hmm
Did y'all
You
have a lot of
know.
guys in y'all class? We had like a few. We had a few in our class.
Eh,
Um, in middle school, we did because it was mandatory. I didn't have it in high school.
When I was in
Yeah, we had
school, I went to a school that was just geared towards science. So
Mm.
we I my electives was either like computers or restaurant management, or like I think I took drama, restaurant management, dance.
Oh wow, that
We
is
did have an
cool.
African American studies class when I was in
Mm.
junior high. Yeah, so we yeah, it was like the whole, it was science, but everything was geared towards it. Like even if you took history, it was like the science of history.
Mhm.
If you took dance, it was the science of dance. If you took, yeah.
Okay, I
So
got
I
That's
took
kind of like we have a high
English.
school here,
Mm.
where it's geared towards engineering and math and science and stuff,
Mikey.
but
You
it's a
can go
regular
after
high school, but
Mikey.
they have those courses that specialize in them, and they geared the kids towards that for college and college prep. So that's about the only thing I can think of as far as schools and specialties that we have here.
did you guys used to have that class where y'all had to have them egg babies, where you had to have an
Yeah,
egg as a
but we had
baby, and then
flour.
you had,
They use flour.
Go ahead, Mikey.
when you were in
Got too
school?
Oh yeah,
expensive.
yeah. I took English. I took math. I took homemade. And what else? I took homemade,
You
and I
mean
took cook.
home economics?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I took cooking class.
Did you have metal shop, wood
Yeah, yeah,
shop,
yeah. I
and all
took that
that?
too. I
We had
took that
metal and
too.
wood.
I took that
Mm-hmm.
too. And I took class how to learn how to fix cars and all that
They
type
said
of
Automotive.
they
stuff.
stopped that
Mm-hmm.
here in '85. After
Yeah.
the technical school closed, they did cars, mechanics, uh,
Mm-hmm.
any like manual labor jobs to prepare the students, and that was mostly considered a black school. But it had all. It
Mm.
was a trade school, but they closed up in '85, and those students came to us.
Oh,
They did all over the
and I took typing. I took
place.
typing class. Like we when back in the day when we learned how to type on a typewriter. When I
Manually.
that
Mm.
damn to that, yep,
Yeah.
manually. And
Manual.
my
I learned that.
mother, like my mother was like a drill sergeant. My mother can type like over
Mm-hmm.
140 words a minute. Like my mother was a word processor, so she could type. She be and so she found out I took a typing class and brought me a typewriter, and she was like making me practice typing. And then we moved over to using Macintosh, and then that was so we started typing on computers and stuff. And to this day, I'm probably one of the, I don't know how many people can do it, but I can type without looking. So like to this day,
You
on
could do that?
anything.
That's kind of hard. That's
No, it's
man.
easy. I mean, to me,
Yeah,
because it's like
that's how we
embedded in
learned
your brain. It's like in
Yeah.
your
the
mind.
keyboard. What was it? The Lazy
Hmm.
Fox jumps over something. That was the one I had to practice all the time. We couldn't take typing until ninth grade, but my grandmother started teaching me in seventh, and I learned on an electric typewriter. But when we got to school, it was a manual typewriter that they were teaching on. And I remember the
Mm.
Lazy Fox
Yeah.
jump over something. I had to type that over and over again because they
Yeah,
had all the
like it's psychological. Like I know if my fingers, I know like if I my pinky, like I could type my name, everything. Like it's self conscious. Like it just comes natural. But it's
I
So I
can
want
good,
to say this. So I
I
want to
can
say
type my.
this, right?
Go ahead,
Right.
Mikey.
So that means certain Fortnite players be using their keyboard. So they like one of the grown ups. Like if you knew how to type, that means you was pretty nice on how to use the keyboard and playing Fortnite type shit. Cause you know when you
Oh
play
really?
Fortnite, yeah. Cause when you play Fortnite, you could either use a keyboard and a mouse, or you could use a control. But if you good at a keyboard, you man, it gets
Man, I
crazy
know
on the
how to use it.
keyboard.
I know how to use a keyboard like on the screen now, like with my fingers. That's why I
Hmm.
be struggling like in the chat when I'm typing because I can type and it like it'll mess a type is trying to focus on trying to type on like in a chat room or something like that without like if I'm on the computer typing like you don't see that in that many errors, but the keyboard you're using your thumbs, and so psychologically I can't allow that to supersede my typing because I type all the time still like to this day, because if you don't use it you lose it, and
right.
I'm still using it every day when I work, so like I'm always typing. So and so
Mm.
I'd be struggling like I'd be like And really I just want to lay my hands on the keyboard with my fingers and just be like real fast, like
I know I'm
Thank
dating
you.
myself, but the first computer that I was ever on was a Commodore 64.
yeah, I remember that.
Mm.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I could type
What
my
about
ass off for the computer. Texting, oh my goodness, I'm so slow, and that I be hitting all the buttons. It irks my kids and my grandkids because it
And that's
takes me
why
so long to text.
Hey, Nikki.
man? What about
when
Hey,
Gateway
she said,
though?
Nikki.
Who remembers Gateway as a
Nikki, she
computer?
said I can't. She said I can type, but I can't spell. Man, listen, that's why we
Yo,
hired.
bro.
Listen, I'm about to say it. Nikki gonna get mad at me. Nikki, that's why we hired people like you to do that for us. Spell check and all that. That's what you're here for. But now you could do it internally.
Oh, this is so cool. I'm so glad I got a chance to hang with y'all. But I'm gonna go because I am a little tired. I'm gonna jump in the shower again and just take me a little nap. It was a pretty long night, so I'm so glad again that I got a chance to spend some time
Okay,
with
well,
you.
I appreciate you for
All right,
coming on.
sweetheart.
I'll
Thank you
talk
so
to you
Y'all
much.
soon.
have Oh, absolutely. Y'all have a good and I love it. I adore you. And again, thank you, sweetheart.
You're
That's a
welcome,
All
fact.
honey.
right,
That's a
All
fact.
right, see
bye.
ya.
Love you too, honey.
Man, look, she trying to tell on her sister, you know what I'm saying? But she know my typing game is insane. You hear me?
Now, did you ever get baptized? Did you ever got baptized and learn some shit about the Bible
No.
and all that?
First
No,
of
and I'm
all,
not talking
first of
religion.
all, I'm not. Yeah. So first of all, I'm agnostic. So I'm not an atheist. I'm just agnostic. So I don't really, I always, if we're talking about anything related to religion, it's always gonna come from a scientific place. So
I ain't doing.
or a factual place. So I don't really engage and have those kind of conversations.
Nope.
Um,
I feel
yeah, I
you.
don't,
I feel you.
yeah.
I feel you. Yeah, I feel you.
What else you got, Mikey?
Just trying to enjoy life, man, and have fun, man.
I can take it.
The best thing, what I learned in my life is why I'm so comfortable is that I know my kids is okay. You know, my kids is doing good. I
That's
put them in
good.
their place that that they know how to do, and you know I
Are
put
you
them in
spending
a
time with him, Mikey?
of course all day every day. You know, some people say, oh, look, at the end of the day, when you grow up with your kids and you teach your kids, nobody can break that.
Yeah. And you still
Nobody.
have, I think your kids are still relatively young.
Yeah, my oldest is 21.
Yeah.
My other one is about to be 19, and my other one is about to be 17.
Mm.
Oh,
So
wow.
yeah, so having three girls made me really think a lot.
Yeah, make sure
Was
you
you know,
be in it, be in their life and be an integral part of their life.
no, it's a fact. And then what I said too. I said I'm so happy I'm in their life. I can talk to them. I can speak to them. Me and their moms, we have a good relationship. We're not together, but we could sit down and talk.
You
You know,
co-parent.
we yes. And then when I see other people like that, I say, dang, like what's missing? And I kind of figured it out. I don't want to say the answer to it, but I figured it out. You
Okay.
know, the more you have time, it's better to have that time and understanding because there are some parents that they'll manipulate the child and saying
Well,
this
Who
nigga
you
ain't
talking
shit.
about, Mikey?
I'm just
Mikey, you don't have children. You have adults. So we passed that
yes.
stage in life. I have adults. I don't even talk about unless it's a grandkid. I don't even talk about no kid. Nothing. I'm like, I got adults. Hey, adults, how you guys doing?
That's true. That's true. That's
Yeah.
true. That's true.
When
That's true.
you
That's
raise them,
true.
you know you transition. You're like, hey adults, how you guys doing? What's going on? Send me some pictures.
Man. And then, I said, you know what? As long as I have that good relationship with them, nobody cannot break that. I don't care who
Oh,
you
good,
are.
Mikey.
Nobody. Nobody. And
Well,
I told my oldest, I told all three of them, if anything happens, you better let me know. Don't hold back. You better tell me, or I will find out somehow, some way. You know, like,
well,
you know.
it's been a lovely Sunday. Um,
Oh yes, three
it's,
sixteen. Football's
yeah,
on.
exactly.
Got any
Well,
words, Joe? Yeah, like, well,
well,
any last words?
well. Thank you, listen. Thank you for having me up. Nice seeing, nice little conversation, nice little talk. Thanks for those who all came through to see Miss Murph, and see you on the next one.
Joe,
All right,
baby.
bye.
Man.
Mikey, any last words?
Yeah, 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 man. Peace to everybody, man. And this year's gonna be a good year. Just understand this things are the way of life. Just understand that. Understand the way of life is. It could be weird, but it could be sweet too. At the end of the day, you know,
Yeah, that's
just
true.
understand the way things are life. You know?
Thank you,
But
Mikey. You dropping down or you need me to drop you?
all right, so I check everybody later. I check everybody later.
All right, thanks, Mikey. Well, that was a lovely conversation. Never know where the conversation is going to go. Again, if nobody hit the panel, y'all were going to hear me ramble on for 30 minutes to an hour. Thank you, Joe, my opinion, and Mikey for coming up and keeping me company. Thanks to the chat for listening and participating in the conversation. I appreciate the engagement. Um, I don't know when I'll be doing another show. I got me some football to watch, but if anyone else goes live, I'll get the notification. And I'll be in the clouds while watching football. Um, Much appreciation. Love you. Thank you for the continued support. And I'll see you again around somewhere in these YouTube streets. Peace out.
Let's go. Woman out of Philly, so you know it get really wrong. Know you gon' relate to everything when you hear us talk. Came up out the city where you learn from every single scar. Cherish all our wins, cause we not a stranger to the loss. I was just a girl, just focused on surviving. I done grown up in womanhood and started thriving. Here we cherish love, marriage, commitment. City where it's brotherly love, don't want division. Maturity is something I want, then I'm consistent. Something I want, I'm gon' get it. I learned to have intention and movement with purpose. Learn that if it costs you your peace, it isn't worth it. Honoring the lessons that turn into legacy. The past is what made me a more for what's ahead of me. Walking in alignment, every step is meant to be. Womanhood and love, it's not a trend, it's the recipe.